Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Rogue Trader. We're diving back into Rogue Trader because a new DLC dropped called the Infinite Museon. I probably have butchered it again. Verdict, please correct me in chat. We have new content from the Necron sides. We have a new companion and some other good stuff. DLC just dropped yesterday, I think. Kudos to Alcat. Thank you, Connor, for giving me a copy of it. And in the DLC, we are going to meet an interesting character, Trizen, the Infinite. I'm not sure if is Trizen overall an known character within the universe. That he's like a collector. Is he known to do that, or is that some fictional creation of Alcad's Games Workshop collaboration? Oh yes, says Chad. Okay, fantastic. I'm not good in Necron lore, so apology for that. Please let me know everything about Trizen and what's important about him. But yeah, we can explore his vault. We can meet him. We are getting a new companion from the Adeptus Mechanicus, a tech priest. And a new mechanic has been added, augmentations. You can now get all kinds of implants to your character that visually change you, that give you specific boosts in abilities, but also gives you a negative stat. We're going to go into that into detail later on when we're there. And then we also meet Trizen the Infinite, an ancient Necron collector whose schemes span worlds, centuries, and civilizations, is no ordinary foe. With subtlety and cunning, he manipulates events from the shadows, treating people, battles, and entire histories as pieces of his collections. When you bargain with him, resist him, or attempt to outwit him, the encounter will leave its mark on you and your story. That sounds amazing. I've also read if you play your cards right, he might or might not help you in the end game. Probably if you promise him that you're, you know, giving him the shard, Catan shard that you're finding at the end, if I'm not mistaken. No, man, how you doing? Welcome in. Trizen is a lore character, pretty famous. Okay. Trizen is a huge fan favorite. Kleptomaniac Necron, very funny history. Definitely check him out if you're in your free time. Definitely will. Definitely will. Joey, welcome in. He's known as Trizen Kleptomania. I think it's called Trezin, right? Trezin? Trezin. Yeah, it's not Trizen. Trezin. Good. That is overall what we got in terms of the content added. There's also a new patch that has dropped towards Rogue Trader, the 1.66 patch, where some very cool outcomes are here. Urol the Cruel and his demons get a massive mechanical overhaul. Urol himself gets a lot of new passive abilities towards him, and that there are specifically for him to kind of like make him shine more as an Astartes, because in my opinion, Urlon was underperforming compared to Ulfar, for example, the Space Wolf. And now they have gave him a lot of more passive abilities, making him a lot stronger. Quite intriguing. Let me know in the comments down below when you watch this later as a VOD and also live in chat, if you would be intrigued to watch another playthrough as an heretical character starts to end, with role playing everything, reading everything out loud. Maybe I'll help me with some mods, with some TTS to read stuff out for me, so my voice gets not worn out. If you would be down for another full run, but I need like, you know, a strong wave of yes, please, let's do that. Otherwise, we just leave it at this compact DLC content video. So, Uran gets new upgrades. Pascal and the Forge Origins get new upgrades because the augmentation system has been implemented. We're going to have a look at that as we're going to quickly jump into character creation before we start into the new content. Operative and Assassin's Keystones features now work in additional turns. That's amazing. Many operative talents have received better scaling. That's fantastic. That's also interesting. Grenades have been reworked to count as AoE attacks, meaning a lot of the AoE attack skills that are boosting that will now come into consideration when you throw around grenades, making the Grenadier skill tree where you can throw a grenade for free without using your AP and action. Very powerful. And they can also now crit and receive bonus from int and demolition. Oh, nasty. I can see already here a grenade built with Pascal going quite wild. Reworked UI for talent selection, allowing for multiple filters and grouping. Okay, so they probably took a lot of the inspiration from Dark Heresy to kind of like make it easier for you to find your pathway through all of the skills, because there, I would not call them trap skills, but there are certain skills that are not necessarily benefiting to your builds that you're creating or your playthrough right now. Um, and I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to see that. UI support for special art sub resources such as lethally, tactical advantage, versatility, etc. And a lot of bug fixes overall. Nice. Here we can see Urolon's overall upgrades. He gets new abilities. He gets Dark Pact. Urolon loses 20% of his maximum wounds, granting an ally the lost wounds plus 2 times the heretical rank as temporary wounds. I guess the heretical rank considered to the rogue trader, not his heretical rank. So he can kind of like injure himself and heal somebody else. 1 second. We have the Infernal Call. Also, quick call in between. We have a giveaway for 3 copies of the DLC. Winner will be picked next week, Friday. All you have to do is type exclamation mark giveaway in chat, jump into the Discord, become part of the community, and click on the announcements giveaway reaction there. But yeah, this better skill management is a big plus for onboarding, for having to make it easier for people to understand stuff going on there. Braddock on YouTube says, I love better skill management. I always got confused with all the options. I'm 100% there with you. I have, for myself, when I do my runs, a spreadsheet on Excel to decide how I create my character, what skill I take, so I don't have to go through all of the skills again when I'm playing. But this might made it, this would make it easier to understand and maybe more intuitive when you're starting a new run to just, go there and have a good time without having to do a whole science out of it. Infernal Call. Orlon randomly summons one of the following: Pink Horse, Demonette, Plague Bearers, Bloodletter. Dead Demon fights the rule on sight until the end of combat. This ability can be used again if at least 9 enemies were killed in combat. Okay, so he gets now a summoning skill, apparently. New Heretic saw these talents. These talents were significantly boosted Urlon's capabilities in combat. That's interesting. Pleasure in Slaughter. This character's fellowship bonus is added to their strength. Okay. When an ally deals critical damage or kills an enemy, Urlon regains fellowship bonus as wounds. So he has a pleasure in slaughter. He has a passive healing when your companions kill stuff. If the ally is a demon or Urlon himself, he regains twice as many wounds. This is like a full-on life leech. Okay, Blessing of the Dark Gods. All supportive Master Tactician abilities possess additional effects whenever used on allies or Urlon himself. They grant a damage bonus that equals their heretical rank. If the target of the ability is an allied demon, it also gains plus 2 times fellowship bonus, percentage armor penetration, and 3 movement points. Whenever affected by fervor, Urlon can target others with linchpin, inspire, and strong point. Orlon's finish the job deals full damage. Oh, how to make you even more powerful. I mean, in Rogue Trader, it's a power fantasy overall in the game, right? We agree on at some point in this game, you are a literal god with your group. And if you play your cards right, you might not even need a full group. You just need one character and just completely eradicate everything. In my Arbites run, check out the full Let's Play on the Uncut channel on YouTube if you want to. I've crafted Argenta into such a powerhouse that the spiel was Casa boosting Argenta, giving her a turn. Argenta annihilates the map. Game over. That was kind of like the strategy there. I didn't need any other character in the group. It was everything else was kind of like just there for flavor. But the Argenta became too crazy. So the voice of Lorgar, as long as Urlon is conscious, Urlon allies gain 1 AP for every 2 heretical ranks they have. Wait, what? Okay, that's wild. That is wild. Although I'm not sure how many of your companions might be affected by this. Please remind me, Chad, is the heretical rank increasing on your companions depending on your decisions as well, and you corrupting them and making them go the heretical path? All demons summoned by Urlon gain a bonus to weapon skills, strength, agility, toughness, perception, willpower equal to 50% of Urlon's fellowship characteristics. Chains of Hatred. Whenever some demon hits, Urlon gains plus 10% of damage dealt by the demon, stacks of tactical advantage. What? Dude, that's crazy. If the demon scores a critical hit, Urlon allies do not suffer from manifestation of any demons. Is this wild? Is this wild? Thank you for the follow over Twitch. So characters are just naturally higher, do not have heretic paths though. Okay, understood. Gotcha. As I thought, you have their fixed ideology into their background. You cannot alter that. Still, it's amazing for your rogue trader if you're playing heretic that you're getting an extra AP from him. Then what do we have? Profane Zeal. Whenever damaged, this creature gains a +1 damage bonus until the end of combat. It stacks. Okay. So the more Urlon gets hit, the more damage he does, and it stacks. Every time Urlon does damage, what was it? Tactician abilities. Oh, there we go. Exactly. Pleasure and slaughter. Every time an ally deals critical damage or kills an enemy, Urlon heals. And every time he or his demons do that, he regains twice as many wounds. So he's kind of like full on life leech in there to that whole spiel. Is this crazy? I wonder how exactly you corrupt them. For example, with Pascal, I know off the top of my head, is having your party put on the cultist disguises in the temple where you first fight Aurora. Yeah, that's one of the heretical choices there. Okay, we get new weapons and new amulets. Update to the origins. Pascal has now augmentation slots because he's a Forge Worlds background. Machine Spirit Communication has gone adjusted. The formula is different now. 2 times the int bonus plus the number of Tech Priest Ferrum Sanctum stacks. The Ferrum Sanctum stacks are the higher you are augmented, the more of these stacks you have. Do you have a 1 second? Man, allergies. Do you have an every time you put an augmentation on you, you get this Priest Ferrum Sanctum stack that makes you receive more electrical damage if something like that happens. So fighting against Tech Priest and whatnot might be tricky if you are too augmented in terms of eating damage. Magnus, welcome in. How you doing? The Manipulator Push deals weapon skill bonus plus int bonus plus the number of Tech Priest Ferrum Sanctum stacks damage. Okay. Mechandrites, Medikey Mechandrites now reduces additional shock damage dealt to the target due to the Ferrum Sanctum effect by minus 5% per stack. Ally now regains 6 plus Medicaid divided by 5 plus number of target Ferrum Sanctum stacks. Okay. So the push from Pascal is now doing more damage depending on the stacks. Wow. Nice. Nice. You mod stuff, Nilman, with Toybox? What kind of mods do you put in there? What are you doing? A new talent, reinforced servo drive, pushes additional enemies adjacent to Pascal to the main target. So it's kind of like a movement thing. Okay. If Pascal and the target of the Medicaid Mechindride have a total of 10 stacks of Firm Sanctum or more, the ability becomes available again. Fusion of flesh and metal. So if he heals somebody and he has 10 stacks of Firm Sanctum or more, he can heal somebody again for free. Nice. System stability stuff. Crashes and softlocks have been fixed. Lag freezes have been fixed. General narrative changes have happened. Something for the Lex Imperialis content. Minor tweaks to Solomon's dialogue. Solomon's Romans epilogue will no longer be displayed if he was turned down at some point. Solomon's forced personal quest will now correctly fail in the journal if ignored. Familiars will no longer sometimes randomly pop up during visions and dreams. Okay, Void Shadows sending Solomon off with his report could break the Void Shadows storyline by skipping a certain state of the Void Ship Bridge. I think that happened to me because of my Arbites run, our Void Shadows content broke completely. What is with Iliad? Iliad will no longer mysteriously reappear in a Void Ship like nothing happened if she was left at Comarath. Iliad will no longer ride an invisible bicycle after the dialogue with Yocasta. Fix the number of visual dialogues big bugs. Iliad quest description in the journal is now consistent with her own words about it. With these Xenos, you never know. Okay. And then we have some other changes and whatnot. Okay, there's a lot of changes happened. It definitely feels like worth doing another run. Question is, would you like to watch another run? Also, for everybody watching right now live on Twitch, you get all the 6 previous drops plus the 3 new items. I'm not sure what the 3 new items are doing in terms of stats and abilities, but yeah, good. That was all for the patch notes. Let's have a quick look in creating a new character, because I want to quickly show you guys that. Daring is normally the ability I go for. Skill test difficulty modifier has 20%. Okay, yeah, that's true. It is on a higher scale there, the skill tests. Make it a little bit more difficult. Damage required to receive an injury, 50%. Space combat difficulty, daring, yada yada. I love that you can just customize your whatever you want to go for. Grim Darkness. We beat the game in Grim Darkness once. Just it took us quite some time. Sadly, we missed. I think we got 3rd in the competition from Alcad for beating this game on permadeath. There's another mod I'm waiting for update. It's called Bodyguards. What is that doing, Nilman? Exactly. Giveaways going on. Thank you for the follow over in Twitch. Welcome in. So, new game. Continue. Difficulty doesn't care right now. We just want to have a quick look at the character creation. Welcome in, Braddock. Custom character. Does it still have my custom portraits? Oh yeah, look at that. Somebody made me this custom portrait for our Arbites playthrough that we did. Please check it out.
R3L1CSVK gifted a tier 1 sub to Brad Dak. They have given 217 gift subs in the channel.
Custom portratos fitting to the universe of the God Emperor. I wonder how many of these are from the mods that they downloaded actually created or done by AI. But definitely some cool looking in between them. So let's just pick something. What I want to show you is the new homeworld changes that's happened. Relic, thank you, Colin, for bringing Braddock into the Shield Ball. Braddock, enjoy your emotes, ad-free watching, and thank you, Relic, for the gifted sub. What is new is the Forge World's background. that have been added and changed with the augmentation system. What's happened here now with the augmentation system is that the Forge Worlds character has more augmentation slots. He has an analytic system, a subskin armor system, and a locomotion system. So, analytic systems, Forge World characters gain plus 10 plus int bonus critical hit chance. Subskin armor, Forge World characters gain plus 5 plus 2 times toughness bonus as armor. And Forge World characters gain plus agility bonus, halved movement points, and plus 2 times the agility bonus as dodge bonus. Can be sold in the Sector Bionica. So these kind of extra augmentation is thrown at the Forge World character that has been now added to the game. That's basically it in terms of character creation. Some minor tweaks now and there have happened, but that's kind of like the newest thing with the DLC that came in there. Dress is my problem is that I don't like most custom portraits that I find online. Quite a few are AI and usually bad made AI pictures. Yeah, definitely. I recommend Nexus mods. There's some good artists out there that can get portraits off and whatnot. So, Forge Worlds. Here's the extra ability that can have that it was prior, I think, in there. And then nothing else on this side. Yeah, that was overall what I quickly wanted to show in terms of a new edition. Let's load it in. We can load in our old save with our Arbitus and do the new content. But I'm going to jump into one of the save files that I've gotten. And I'm going to be here at the Furibunda system. This is around Act 2, beginning of Act 2. You are getting and pull in and meeting the new companion. So we're going to go Furibunda system. Then we're going to do the first Eogon's quest. Then we're going to reach Sarkov, the new layer that there is. And fight through the new territory. Then going into the next quest line. And then jump straight into the... where is it? Into the Lost Tomb section over here. And go through the exhibit and the Museion and the new contents. So I think we have time to showcase everything that is new in the DLC, the full content of it. So stay tuned. Let's go. Welcome, Eogon. Verbus. Before it was basically just regular perks, now they're just augmentation to fit the new system better. Exactly. Exactamente. We've entered the station orbit, Lord Captain, awaiting a signal for Arta Templum Calix's exit 17. We offer our thanks to the Omni-Messiah for the intersection of the event of the margin of error within the confidence interfernal in the infinite branches of the future. This outcome will be marked ephemeral. I am Tertia Lemma, Logis Alter Templum Calix's EXT 17, and I appeal to the rogue traders for secret knowledge. What is the fate of the Maricolus fusion reactor from Rykard Minoris? The reactor remains on Rykard Minoris. Negative. Deviation from the optimal outcome has been registered. The cumulative completeness of knowledge has been reducted. The Honor Messiah mourns his loss. In gratitude for the expansion of the knowledge of the Archaeotech, the tech clergy of Alter Templum Calix's EXT-17 is prepared to perform Grade 3 binaric rites of the machine spirits of your vessel. Generator Extremis Eogon Ferbus, a Manipulus who has received the benediction of the motive force, will send to embark to your ship immediately. on the Messiah's blessing. Your ladyship, if I may be so bold. Let's have a look at our ladyship. Nice. If I may be so bold to point out that this learned man possesses a rare combination of skill and is almost certainly proficient in creation of blessed augments. This is true boon for the flagship and you personally. All the more peculiar, then, that the Adeptus Mechanicus would so readily hand over one of their invaluable brethren to us. It is unlikely that such generosity is motivated solely by magnanimity. Registering the launch of a cargo shuttle on our course of the ship. Ooh. Get ready, Chad. Sector Bionica. Let's meet Eogon. Okay. This is an our ship now. I see it. That's where the augmentation is happening. Oh! Did it draw inspiration from Santa Claus? Holy hell, that looked amazing. Somebody please clip that. Raising his hand, the tech priest snaps, his hand closes, and the sparks of emotive force vanish, almost as if he has caught them in the fists. A corpulent man with a metal abdomen and a bulky carapace, he hovers over deck like a large crimson beetle. A mature face sits beneath an angular black cap. For a servant of the Adeptus Mechanicus, his visage retains a surprising proportions of organic material, and it is set in a dense beard of cables and pistons. Welcome in, user. Forget the Nightbot message there on YouTube. Don't know why that is happening. I have to fix the old bot, I guess.
A wise man once said that a machine spirit cannot be looked upon. And he was right. For the Omnissiah in his infinite wisdom has concealed his creation even from the gaze of his most devoted servants. But can the believer come to know the nature of a machine only through an eye of organics or steel? No. For the vapor that brings forth the scent of sacred unguents is the spirit's breath. The rumbling of joints and rods is the beating of its heart. And the motive force is the current of its blood.
Fair enough, mister. I wonder if that little computer on his belly is his metrics of his insulin in his blood. The silver skull hovering nearby stares silently at the priest. Okay. Is that silver skull any relevant thing?
You are correct, Nuncius. I risk boring the rogue trader with my protracted ruminations. However, I will not allow the semantic analysis of my utterance to go unanswered. I will log your thesis for further debate. Now it is time to make my obeisance.
Is he talking to the Silver Skull? I mean, probably he's kind of connecting, understanding what the Silver Skull might be able to say. Can Silver Skulls actual? I mean, they do communicate, they do metrics and whatnot. So there's a high chance of communication there that is happening.
Rogue trader, your halls are filled with sacred metal, and the ship's tech priests must be commended in observing the sacraments of augmentation. That blessed union of flesh and ferrum sanctum. Beholding this charges my galvanic coils with exultation. I, Genitor Extremis Eogun Febris, greet you And thank you for the opportunity to grace these ancient mechanisms with the gift of operation.
A janitor is a tech priest who has chosen Medicae and biology as their field of scientific research. Janitors account for a large portion of the members of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and they hold great sway in determining the policies of the cults. They are distinguished from other brethren of faith by their keen research interest in various forms of organic life. Interesting. Man, his art direction of the whole character is so good. Look at how he's holding his belly.
Confirmed. The sacrament of tech relic maintenance has been performed correctly. Protocol for exchange of sacred regalia initiated. Registering the affiliation of this blessed tech unit to the clergy of the Forge World, Sigis 8. Requesting confirmation of the unit's familiarity with the standards of the Catechism of Maintenance and Safety in effect on this vessel.
I wonder if there's some sort of rivalry gonna happen between Pascal and him.
It is my pleasure to confirm the protocol for the exchange of sacred regalia and greet my brother in ministry. The vows taken in this temple are known to me, and I promise to honor them. I request a meeting with my esteemed colleague to facilitate knowledge exchange and to discuss values.
Okay, so he wants to meet Pascal later on. I'm also very curious how he reacts to Domus. What was the machine spirits in the ship called again? Who's this wise man who theorized on the nature of machine spirits? It would be interesting. Nomos, thank you. It would be interesting to read his work.
Junior Lex Mechanic Karain, operator of Auxiliary Terminal 289-0 of the lower workshops of Alter Templum Calixus X-17. A pragmatist and a bureaucrat who saw the world solely through the prism of statistics, endless parades of outflows and inflows. He had little interest in anything other than keeping track of valves and vents, but now and then he would drop pearls of wisdom such as these without even noticing it himself. I felt it was my duty to pick them up.
Fair enough, fair enough. Is a compelling display of your abilities. Can you produce energy?
An excellent observation. My technical designation is Manipulus. And here is the galvanic cell, the repository of the motive force. No, that will take too long. Better to give a demonstration. Observe.
I'm observing.
Questions?
Completely stun-locked someone. Wow. Intriguing. So your galvanic cell not only stores energy, but it also redistributes it to wherever you direct it, and your power is seemingly by drawing energy from other sources.
Correct. Entirely correct. How rarely do I meet such astute interlocutors among the laity. I respectfully initiate a request for an audience. I must discover what other gems of knowledge are hiding within your rich mind.
You're here. You speak to your servo skull.
Nuncius is my dearest colleague. His eagerness, inquisitive mind, and ability to view a problem from a variety of angles are invaluable to our research. He is also rather loquacious himself.
I wonder how far in terms of technology and advancements can a servo skull be? Like how much calculation can it do? How much of free thinking can it have? And what the limits of a servo skull is or might be. Notice does not make a sound, directing his visor somewhere past you.
Registering a violation. The tech unit Nuncius is ignoring the request for engagement, recommending that the unit's labor be allocated to repair tasks.
Declined with gratitude and due reverence. The tech unit Nuncius is designated as a personal instrument of the quest for the divine. which confers the privilege of privacy. That includes privacy from intrusion by entities of equal standing.
Status confirmed. Rejection of request acknowledged as valid.
I love this weird tech talk between the Adeptus Mechanicus when they're communicating with another.
He's quite the gabbler, all right. Maybe the cog-bellied master hears voices in his head too. I'm sure my friends from beyond their door would love to get together with them sometime.
A servo skull? As your colleague? Right. Well then, I'll take a data slate for my adjutant.
Well said, Abelard. Well said. I mean, you have a data slate already in the picture, but still.
But surely it does not answer you. How truly peculiar.
Nunges, I welcome you on board of my vessel. The Sevogol has heard you. It makes no sign of it.
Amazing sincerity, Nuncius. It is gratifying to see that you have not lost your sense of tact over the years.
What did he say?
I fear my rendering will lack the sophistication inherent in Nuncius's lingua technis, but to crudely summarize, he is honored by your attention and records the moment as significant.
Okay. Binaric lingua technis cant mechanicus. A collection of dialects used by the Adeptus Mechanicus and its tech priest can be used as a spoken language with audio bursts or as a machine code with electrical signals. Thank you for your help, Yugun. Where will you go next?
Your thanks are accepted, but my service is not yet at an end. The clergy of the Alter Templum Calixtus X-17 Cloister, in gratitude for the tidings of the sacred Archaeotech, request that you be attended by Magos Aeogon Febris and the unit Nuncius. I seek your leave to employ our skills and knowledge for the benefit of the Von Valancius dynasty, including but not limited to tending to the machine spirits of the Sector Bionica and conducting experiments in the name of knowledge. In other words, allow Nuncius and I to remain on the ship and accompany you. We are well versed in augmetics, genetics, alchemy, the anatomy of humans and abominable xenos alike, and the mysteries of the motive force and of sacred engineering. These fields of knowledge may also be employed to eliminate units whose views are not conducive to productive debate.
You're here? Well, welcome aboard, Eogon.
Skepticism is undeniably one of the instruments of knowledge, dearest colleague. It guards us against many heresies, preventing ego and vanity from clouding reason on the path of service. But as you see, Nuncius, it is not justified in every circumstance. Rogue Trader, Nuncius states that you are a person of rare perspicacity and prudence.
Thank
I
you.
record this as an incontrovertible fact, and thank you for your hospitality.
Thank you kindly for that. Those are very kind words. The writing again, Alcat, outstanding. Love the character Eogon already.
But of course, I did not come empty-handed.
Oh, getting
I would
grapple.
like to present you with this augment. Now that the machine spirit of the implantation throne is awake, I can bestow its blessing upon you or one of your retinue, should the rogue trader will it.
Okay. Definitely. My good Jae, you gonna stand back, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna be the Eogon instead of Jae with me. And now the augmentation table is being prepped and ready. So let's have a look at it. You like the voice they gave him? Fantastic voice acting, I agree. Here we are. So normally I do have an optical insertion slot. I have a causal insertion slot. I have an somatic. dextral, sinistral, and musculoskeleton. As a forgeable character, you have the extra verbal insertion spot over here. You have the extra synatic insertion over here, sinistral insertion, corporal insertion. You have a lot of more slots there in terms of the augmentation with the forgeable characters. I wonder if we find augmentation that increase psi rating or decrease the chance of perils of the warp. That I cannot tell you. That's for you to find out in a full playthrough. Assault Grapple, the MK Warrior. The user gain force couple of enemies and force couple of ally abilities. Allows the user to attack the target enemy with a melee weapon if they have one equipped after the pull. If the user has 2 weapons equipped, they attack with both of them. Oh, excuse me. This is like magnificent for Kibella, but we don't have Kibella here. This is fantastic. So pull in and do damage, but the user's weapon skill is reduced by 10% as a negative outcome of that. We're just going to have a look at how this looks like if we adjust it. Install augments. Okay, we have now a mechanical arm with a hook. And if I take it off... Okay. Use the keyboard as instructions to set an augments. Install augments. Okay, now the augment is embedded into my flesh. And if I take the augment out, I do have a mechanical arm now because I got augmented. The attention to detail here. Oh, okay. Fantastic. Thank you, Kami. This is the Firm Sanctum stacks that we've been talking about earlier. For each stack of this effect, the creature suffers plus 15 more shock damage. So we are more prone to get electrical damage if we are very strongly augmented. I wonder if the Catan Shard battle, if his attacks are shock damage attacks. Because if so, this will make it very interesting in terms of the end content there. So, that was of meeting Eogon over here. Now we're going to go over to... let's close this here. We're going to go to Eogon's first quest in the Sector Bionica section. How are we liking the first characters so far in the augmentation, Chad? Les Brody says that he likes the voice he gave him. Grass says, I wonder if we found augmentation that increased psi rating and decreased the chance of perils of warp. Probably a mix of increase both. I think it would be super reasonable to accept some Psyker support. Alkid loves their Psykers. Dress says, well, my curiosity comes from playing a Psyker for once. I usually avoid Psykers in Rogue Trader, especially Idira, who every time I use her tends to pull off an instant death demon summon. Good old Idira. So, here we have one of the experiments that he was talking about that he's starting to do. And working in the biological ways, he's trying to sew people together and make like a little Frankenstein situation here. Even as an heretic, I don't like using her since it feels like being forced to play the Amulet Witch prevents Perils of the Warp. I mean, it's up to you. On the operating table, several bodies are laid out, their mutilation exposed to the chill air. Their chest and abdominal cavities yawn wide. I'm super nasal today. Oh, 1 second. Their chest and abdominal cavities yawn wide, excavated of their augment organs, which now nestle in flasks, still connected to the bodies by tubes and cables. Judging by the rhythmic contractions of the organs are still functioning. So he has organs in flasks lying around that are functioning outside of the body. It's just wild. Judging by the rhythmic contractions, the organs are still functioning. Egon, however, besides the table, obtusely taking measurements and jabbing McIntyre's into the extract organs or inside the bodies. Not just keep stoic vigil and nearby, an impassive observer of the grotesque spectacle. Food, I do. Take a closer look at the bodies. 3 men of different ages lies before you. Okay, yeah, these are the 3 bodies. We have young, middle-aged, and old. If you look at closely, you can see that they still have a semblance of life about them. Each one has had the top of his skull delicately removed, and electrodes are now attached to the blush-hued brain tissue, latticed with blood vessels. Below the neck is one continuous gaping wound, the edges spread and held in place by a complex system of clamps. What? Examine the young man. That's the one in the middle, okay. The pathologically emaciated build and spindly, almost transparent limbs indicate that this is a voidborn. A glance at the open ribcage reveals signs of damage. The sac around the heart is torn, and the vessels have been reinforced with metal staples. The poor used heart is half augmented. Both ventricles have been replaced by pumps, which are connected to the opaque tubes that run the medicine device reservoir. The young man's neck is tattooed with the Bay Code and the job title. It seems he's a common worker from the lower decks. Okay. Interesting. Dude, how you doing? Welcome in. Quick shout out in between. We have a giveaway going on. Exclamation mark giveaway for instructions on how to have a chance to win one of 3 copies of this DLC. Let's examine the man. This is a well-developed, muscular, and strong bones. The man presents a stark contrast to the others. His left arm is missing, along with the part of his shoulder. Oh yeah, he has a missing left arm, that's true. Shreds of major vessel protrude from the neatly trimmed stump. They've been closed off with a bizarre-looking end caps that are wired to a metal arm lying nearby. Enforcerus embedded is tattooed man's neck, topped with a Valencius coat of arms. Okay, so we have an Enforcer, and we have a young man who's a Voidborn working on the ship. What about the old man? The old man's eyelids are closed and his face is serene. He might appear to be sleeping peacefully were it not for the deathly pallor of his face and his monstrously mangled neck. He had been fitted with a voice implant at some point previously, but it had recently been wrenched from the unfortunate man's body. Every so often, the metal hose now serving at his trachea emits a reedly whistling sound. He's clutching something tightly in his right hand. It is an ornate set of prayer beads, the kind of used ordained servants of the ecclesiarchy. Okay, so we have a Voidborn, we have somebody from the ecclesiarchy, and we have somebody from my enforcement's group on the ship. Fair enough. Cover my nose with a handkerchief. Such prudent odors and unsightly carcasses. What hideous acts are taking place here? The manipulous massive bulk springs around to face you, his eyes dancing with excitement. Rogue trader, your arrival has triggered this cascade of impulses in the prefrontal cortex of my brain. Delight is the word I was searching for. Cast off your worries. The subjects of the experiments have been preserved through a combination of alchemical compounds, local transactions of the motive force, and moderately invasive augmentation procedures. In other words, all 3 are very much alive. Recalling your comments, Egon dispersed some kind of caustic vapor from an lemmic on his shoulder. Your nose goes numb for a moment, but the smell is no longer troubling you. Because I was complaining about the smell, you threw out some sustenance to dumb down my smell scent. That is funny. The crux. All 3 organisms were found in critical condition. I asked myself, is their usefulness in productive capability truly at an end? Nonsense. The move from a state of being to a state of not being entails no benefits or meaning. I personally ensured that their vital functions were preserved. Our goal could not be simpler, to vanquish death by creating the perfect righteous man, that which I have dubbed the Triosomata. Triosomata because it's 3 bodies put into one. Needless to say, the procedure is highly experimental and demands a certain looseness of interpretation in regards of augmentation canons, as well as integration of components that would incur the Imperium's disapproval. But the undersized teachings us to surmount any obstacle in the name of knowledge, especially when pursuing a goal of such magnitude. What is the Triosomata? The Trion essence, the amalgam of the best constitution parts of 3 individuals who have excelled themselves in service. Metaphysically, it consists of 3 beings, mortal flesh, firm sanctum, and righteousness, by creating the perfect combination. Whew. Man, allergies hitting me hard today. By creating the perfect combination, we will achieve the totality that is vastly superior in components, in its qualities and usefulness to the Imperium. So he's trying to make a Frankenstein out of the 3 best parts of 3 individuals. What is the practical significance of the experiments? In the current state, each of the subject is doomed, but just as the parts of a dying mechanism can be combined again to create a functioning machine, so too can the subjects be combined into a single entity, granting them continued life through the correct configuration of the firm sanctum and organic components of all 3. How did you decide to create a Triosomata out of these 3? These are strong arguments in favor of each of them. Firstly, they have all performed the service impeccably, which suggests outstanding human qualities. Secondly, each body is robust enough to receive the blessing of the Omni Messiah. And thirdly, there is no other chance of salvation for any of them. Why is this experiment so important to you? Because I cannot abide the senseless waste of potential. I cannot accept a foolish accident, and the fragile of organic flesh can, in an instant, deprive the Imperium of worthy servants. And if I'm able to extend their service life, I will do so, whatever the cost. Eon's passionate speech could be mistaken for pride and conceit, but something else lies behind it. A doggedness born of some deeply personal experience. This man carries a heavy burden, and the experiment is but one of his many attempts to relieve itself of it at last. So, did his experiment kill so many people that he has, like, grown a negative conscience on top of that? I could imagine something like that, that he killed so many people trying to do this and had no outcome, that he's starting to doubt his doings. Very well, I will help you, but what role am I to play in this experiment? A decisive one. I can detail the composition of a humor ratio of each experimental subject, measure the mass of their frontal lobe, or answer with a pi-sconed accuracy of how often their heart contracts. But how does one calculate a man's righteousness? How do you weigh diligence of service? You will help me answer these questions by choosing the basis of the Triosomata. Your assessment will be the linchpin upon which this experiment hinges. Okay. Why did you ask Nuntius for advice? My dearest colleague and I have had more than one concilium, but we have never reached a consensus. Nuntius is a skeptic, and our positions rarely align, but we tend to reach a compromise in the end. But alas, not on this occasion. The only thing we agree on is that we need a third opinion. Only you can furnish us with the said opinion. This is an incontrovertible fact. Why not just combine all 3 minds to serve as basis? 3 minds cannot coexist in a body, setting aside the fact that even if I would be capable of achieving such a feat, in theory it would certainly lead to a complete deconstruction of all 3 minds. Some less flexible thinkers might even consider it heresy. Mathias' colleagues rightly notes, we have encountered many such points of contention over the years. Oh, so you did already try to do all kinds of weird experiments there. What is that Nuntius disagrees with? To condense his overly pedantic response, Nuntius does not consider righteousness to be in any way a significant factor in this research. Had I any less respect for my dearest colleague, I would say that this constitutes an egregious misunderstanding of the concept of triosomata and is indicative of extreme closed-mindedness, but such remarks are beneath me. What does indicative mean? I want to Google that really quickly. Indicative. Indicative means serving as a sign, suggestion that something exists, or pinpoint to a particular fact. Okay. We've learned something new today. Before I make a decision, tell me about the merits of all three. Enforcer Loring. He has diligently served on the ship since birth. A participant in countless combat landings, where he was the model of valor and steadfastness. He is known on the lower decks for being tough but fair. His last act of heroism was the rescue of an enforcer patrol and a number of workers on deck. By 15E2, Loring placed his own body over a crack grenade thrown from the crowd by a mutineer. Preacher Cleophanes, originally assigned to serve the ship's reliquary, he rejected the luxury of the chapel in favor of an eternal pilgrimage on the decks, where no servant of the ecclesiarchy had ever set foot. Through this example and word, he encouraged and instructed the outcast and forgotten. Thousands of souls who would otherwise have lost their faith and fallen into heresy come to know the word of the Emperor, but it only took one to end Cleophanes' preaching for good. A madman attacked him during a sermon, managing to rip out the preacher's vocal implant before the crowd tore him apart. Finally, Mikosh, a ventilation shaft crawler from Sorting Hub 10. He dutifully burnt mold slime and vermin and would be the first to climb into blocked ducts, risking his life to deliver recycling air into the sector. He was a true believer and never lamented his lot. On his final foray, he saved hundreds of workers by using his body to plug a hole in a combustible gas pipe. The toxicity led to cardiac arrest and blood poisoning. Okay, I'm ready to make my decision. Who will form the basis of the triosomata? The Enforcer should be the basis because he's kind of like healthy and good. The choice has been made, but will you deign to answer my question? Why him? I must know your thoughts process. He stood watch, impeccable to end. Righteousness is giving one's life in the service of the Golden Throne. Thank you, Philomena. This is it. The solution to our dilemma. I will begin the triosomata procedure. Mere organic flesh and secret machinery B1. Okay, 2 hours pass. With barely an audible crunch, eargun injector's mechanvine pierces the brain tissue. The man's face contorts in anguish. The process is complete. He's holding his head. Gives out a scream and runs off. The creature, which a second ago resembled a humanoid lump of bloody meat, suddenly stubbed with metal, suddenly leaps up with an unexpected vigor, tossing eargun backwards and letting an unintelligible howl of suffering. Impossible! The calculations were perfectly calibrated, all factors taken into consideration. Was the specimen defective? I must find the triosomata immediately and determine what was wrong. My comm cracks. Lord Captain, an urgent report for Mistress Sourback. A strange creature resembling a malfunctioning servitor is heading towards the lower decks, shouting pleas that make reference to you and Generator Phoebus. Enforcers have been dispatched to intercept him, but they assume that you would prefer to assess the situation personally. Thank you, Victus. Generator Phoebus and I will set out immediately. On the way or another, we must see the experiment through to the end. We'll see. I think I've seen this in a movie. Most likely. Most likely. I'd like to bring Kelsey with me. You have most likely seen this in a movie. It's some sort of Frankenstein reference there, in my opinion. Okay, let's quickly level him up. He's an officer. I'm a soldier, arch-militant. So he's taken Jai's place, in a sense. I would like you to be my master tactician, then. Good. So... Ooh, these are new. Manipulous. Charge Disruption. Aegon grants electrical strikes to himself or an ally within 7 cells for 1 round, allowing him to deal additional shock damage. To use this ability, Aegon must have at least 2 stacks of potential energy, which are removed afterwards. Sounds good. Then... Oh, look at that. We have it now linked into others. Manipulous, Forge Worlds, Master Tactician. I'm not sure if that was before a thing, but looks amazing. When a creature affected by electrified strikes ends its turn, each creature damaged by its effect triggers it again. Ooh. Induction. Sounds nasty. Good. We'll get an extra AP. And we want intelligence review up. Then again, intelligence. And we're going for... At the start of his turn, Aegon gains 1 AP if at least 7 stacks of potential energy. Whenever an enemy attacks an ally affected by galvanic field, the enemy suffers. When Transonic Cannon is used against a creature suffering from burning, the power of burning is increased. Enemies hit by Aegon suffered 50% more shock damage until the end of combat. Does not stack. 50% more shock damage. Sounds good. I'll take that. So, Aegon grants the Blessing of the Omniscient to himself and an ally in his 8-cell radius, increasing the armor and damage dealt. Sounds good as well. Can only be used on enemies with the unfinished business effect. This effect is applied to enemies which were attacked by the Master Tactician allies and have less than 50% of their maximum wounds remained. Finish the job. Sounds good. Let's grab that. Hey, your Panavision. Welcome in. Oh. Whenever an enemy attacks an ally affected by galvanic field, nope. Aegon can target himself with the Bring It Down ability in case his resolve is reduced by minus 100% for 1 round. Okay, trajectory calculation. Aegon gains 90% block when targeted with ranged attacks. That's not bad. That's not bad. Jack, thank you kindly for tier 1 subscription. 5 months. Good morning, my friend. Oh. Aegon gains 19 block. Start of combat. Gains 1 more potential energy. And the 1 is based on logic. Okay. Reserve optimization. We'll take that. And of course, we're going to boost logic then. His ballistic skills are not so good. Let's bring that up. Portable characters gain a bonus. Portable characters gain 4 deflection. Can use persuasion, coercion, and commerce based on intelligence instead of fellowship. Let's do that. Oh. Master Tactician deals 12% more damage to targets with less than 50% wounds and heals 20% more wounds to targets. Brink of Death. Sounds good. Sounds good. That's all his doing. What do you have? A plasma gun on the Psi Axe. Here's the oldest. Specification type. Many chain swords. Is there anything good in here? Combat shotgun. Plasma pistol. What are we good for? We have last gun and long last. That's neat. Good.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Greetings, your graces. Oh, there's blood over here. Lower deck rubble. Let's open that door. Lord Captain, we've got the beast cornered. Give the order. We'll capture him. Let's see if we look quickly. Trio Somata. Let's have a look. The Trio Somata lies prostrate before the entrance of the bay. The faint Quilla on the door, the only witness to his incoherent babbling. This hysterical wails of righteous Trione men are interrupted from time to time by clanging to augment skulls of the deck. Jack, the arsenal, the dynasty banners are either down. Do you want me to throw you in a cell? Please, please come back alive. Where's your helmet, soldier? God, Emperor, I will not be afraid. I will not be afraid. The subject left to the Sector Bionica prematurely. Nuntius is right. I was so absorbed in the triosomia procedure and its successful outcome that I made the mistake of unfastening the restraints before the psychological evaluation could be conducted. Rogue Trader, we must stabilize the Triosomata before the specimen is forever lost to us. How do we stabilize him? Just a bandage binds a wound and a patch secures damaged steel, so can words heal a fractured mind. Nuntius, present me. The Zerok Skull hovers haughtily without uttering a word. It is clear he thinks you need no introduction. Allow me, Lord Captain. To your Somata, before you stands Rogue Trader Philomena von Valancius, Lord Captain of this vessel and sovereign of this crew. Solely by her grace do you still live. One wrong word, one wrong movement, and I will personally call the enforcers down upon you. A mumbling and head-thumping stop. The man shifts his clouded gaze to you, and you see recognition in his eyes. The Lord Captain? I serve the dynasty! With an unpleasant clang, the man slams his augmented hand into his chest implant in a military salute. He freezes like a stealth machine man, then agonizing shudder runs through the entire body. Is this a punishment? Am I not permitted to die? I will not fear. Either down and shroud. Focus on what's most important. Remember who you are. The Dynasty's banner in the Forsera Lorink. Check the arsenal. The slashing sword and bulwark of the Dynasty. I gave my life because of my duty. My duty. Treasure model looks more stable. A little more and you will be able to calm him down. You've undergone a grave operation. The implants need time to settle. Your body and mind need time to adapt. I promise you will feel better. Whole body shudders, then freezes. The pain will fade. The Dynasty's banner, my duty. The Trusumada stops. The poor man's shoulders slowly slump. The convulsion steadily subsides. His lucidity does not last long. The amalgam's eyes soon go blank, and his mouth stretches into a blissful smile. Rocking peacefully and drooling, he murmurs broken snippets from his former life and prayers to the Emperor. Absurd. Unacceptable. You've succeeded in pacifying him, but the Triosomata is rejecting the attempts of the implant's machine spirits to contain the cognitive entropy. Total personality degradation is inevitable. I must reassemble him. Alright, you're gonna do it again. The Trusumada suddenly stops mumbling and begins spasming violently as bloody foam spills from its mouth. He turns his face, contorted with hatred, towards the manipulus. Better death than that. Begone! There. He's making the Marilyn Manson move, trying to get his own wienered. Heresy wanted the Servo Skull to present him over Abalot. I mean, if we have that chance, why not? Rogue Trader, I'm experiencing a cognitive block. I've analyzed every possible failure hypothesis and double-checked every step I made. And I failed to identify a single mistake. The organic parts of the Ferrum Sanctum joined together perfectly. The brain was perfectly preserved. These complications should never have occurred. And yet the outcome cannot be denied. My calculations are perfectly correct. That is the incontrovertible fact. So was the flaw in the conditioning or in the subjects themselves. Let's see. People are divided into useful and usefulness and useless. All three of their test subjects were Peter's rubbish. Repeat the experiment with worthy specimens. Repeat the experiment with worthy specimens. Of course, the main criteria of the experiments are reproducibility and consistency. One failed trial and I'm ready to give up. Absurd. Has replaced injured subjects with healthy ones truly the answer? A rethink of the selection criteria is most certainly the order. Rogue Trader, I thank you for contribution on the research. Nonsense and I can now talk about it. I need to think and rethink. We must discuss the results of the experiment. Okay, so he's now got very healthy specimens because of our conversation there. That's wild. That is wild. So, moving after his experiments over to the Zarkov area, where we're going to be called upon that there's some sort of Von Valancius, backgrounds going on. So, like, Von Valancius, how should we call it? It's called a dynasty pathway that you can follow, one of the Von Valancius ones. And you come over to Zarkov, this place that has been overgrown with all kinds of weird stuff. And meeting the people that were serving here and living here. Look at this disgusting thing. Ooh, do you hear that? Do you hear that growl in the throat singing? Winterfell, what way did you skill Eogon? I made him in Master Tactician. Although making him a Vanguard might also be interesting to move in forward into the front line. Make use of his mandibles. Gonna grab, finish the job. Break of Death. 1 intelligence, twice. Lost energy. Dodge distribution. After you're going to use the Magnolia Lance, the instance of shock and energy damage it deals is increased. Potential difference. We want the logic to be boosted. Let's go with the ballistic skill. This is pretty bad at that. Use medikits on ally and artifacts? Nope. Trajectory. Trajectory calculation, 20% defense against ranged attacks. Let's grab that as well. Vanguard is difficult since he can't use armor to the augments. I think it's doable. But that depends, of course, when you start with the character. Is your ego not an officer from the get-go, or did you reskill him at the board, at the ship? Gabriel asks, new DLC out? Haven't played this game in such a long time. Yes, new DLC is out, new character is out, the heretical playthrough has been boosted and altered, and overall it just feels amazing. Now let's make a kill zone stratagem. If there are more enemies than allies in the front line area, all allies gain parry and dodge. This stratagem on the front line area grants allies increased dodge chance against other allies' attacks. The combat tactics area grants all allies deflection. Using a stratagem on the rear. Allies, including the red strategists, in the same combat tactics area. Nope, nope. All combat tactics bonuses are increased by 5%. If not moved for 2 turns. And the 5% is based on intelligence plus fellowship. Okay. Enemies in the same combat tactics area of the Grand Strategists. Fired well. If there are no enemies in the backline area, the first attack in the turn made by every ally in that area costs 1 less AP. Let's grab that. We want... How are you doing? Ballistic skills are pretty good. Area attacks with a Weber. Create a webbed area. Not interested. the weapon proficiency. Can't remember what kind of weapon she's carrying here. Well, let's give her more wounds. We're gonna grab the intelligence up by 1. The grand strategist chooses one of the combat tactics area for 1 round. Overwhelmed. The blitz stratagem to let them move. Then review 1 persuasion. You have it as an officer too. Don't think you can change the starting class. I didn't really need another officer. Makes sense. I mean, depends mostly on the difficulty that you're playing the game on. If you're playing normal, you can go with whatever you feel that sounds cool or works for you. Stronger together, Imperial. Fellowship again. Actually, let's go here with... Oh, it's okay, Fellowship. An Imperial war character is affected by non-da-da-da. Till the end of their turn, the user gains +2 resolve for each critical hit scored. Chain weapon. Critical damage dealt by this character. Aldari? Why do I have Aldari? Aldari rage. Oh, wait, never mind. She can use Aldari and Xeno stuff. There's a lot of new stuff here. When the character uses Drew Carvey or Aldari melee weapons. Excuse me. Give you Grenadier. If there are more enemies than allies in the frontline area, all allies in the area gain parry dodge. Israel in the rear gain critical hit chance. So many decisions. Every enemy killed in the frontline area increases all bonuses and combat tactics areas by 1 until the end of combat. All allies in rear area are healed by medkits more. Go strategic offensive. Okay. What kind of weapon are you using here, Jai? You have nothing equipped. That's interesting. Hurricane. Splinter. So we have the pistols. Don't see anything else exotic they could have here. So I'm gonna give you the sniper rifle in case. Do we have that pistol holster? Once per turn, whenever the wearer scores a critical hit with a pistol, the next attack of the pistol is 0. There we go. Bonus to Lord Imperium, why not? Whenever the wearer of the glow glove suffers an injury, they revive themselves. A Road Trader's Cloak. And armor. Let's go for type. Warmonger boots. The rest are fully equipped, right? Yes, they are. Nice shield. A Drovis cry. The mental shriek of an immense creature entrenched within the Zarkov's depth is awakening fury and clouds in the mind. So there is some sort of creature here. Look at that. So the background story is here that our shuttle has been dragged into this here, and we're in the situation stuck in, call off from our ship, and we're about to meet these folks here.
For me.
Ooh. I got goosebumps all over. We serve because we must. Is this powerful? You can totally see that Alcat has improved their skills of cinematic storytelling a lot. And this also comes into play to Dark Heresy. That was cool. That reminded me of the working song in what's it, free-to-play Ninja Luda sci-fi game called? Warframe? I think in Warframe there's also some sort of worker song like this. Reminded me very strongly of that one. You're surrounded by dozens of people dressed with only vaguely resembles Astra Militarum uniform. Homespun cloth is overlaid with wooden plates mimicking Imperial flag armor. These clothes are adorned with numerous trophies, pelts, bones, barks, and remnants of giant plants. The savage flaunt the scars and stumps that many are fitted with primitive prosthetics. From time to time, someone in the group bares their teeth like a beast, while others nervously grip their weapons. Admiral Batonski, permission to report? General steps forward and gives a salute to a huge man who looks at you sternly. The 3rd Supply Platoon deployed on a mission and found survivors from the downed flying machine. The leader of the group identifying herself as Rogue Trader von Valancius. Abelard introduced me to these people. It's the best feature in the whole game. Dragon Lady, how you doing? Welcome in. Before you stands Philomena von Valancius herself, conqueror of the Corona's expense, sovereign of Dargonus, Janus, and the multitude of other worlds. Bow your heads in awe and reverence, for neither before nor after this moment art you destined to behold anyone of greater majesty. Ooh. He looks like a commissar who has seen some shit. Wow. Drinket Luck Lens says, I quit playing 2 years ago because I forgot to pick up the Space Wolf in Act 3. Just started a new game with all 3 DLCs now. Fantastic. I mean, you can miss him quite easily, the Space Wolf, but I would say just go with the flow, right? It's like you have multiple runs in this game anyway, so if it happens that you forgot him, you then don't have an Ulfar, and you don't have his hunt for his brethren quest going on, but you have still your story with your Rogue Trader and your other companions. So I don't think necessarily playing Rogue Trader or playing in general CRPGs or RPGs there is a right or wrong thing to do. And I am a strong fighter against this completionist mindset because it's kind of like, for me personally, it takes away the purpose of role-playing your character, and you just, I don't know, bend your ideology of the character, the motive of your character, for the sake of seeing every companion and whatnot. I mean, there's a reason so many companions. So, yeah, I would be like, yeah, whatever. I am going forward without the Space Wolf because I was not thinking of going back to his cell in the Drukhari prison. Is what it is. But that's my playstyle. That is my playstyle. So you play however you have most fun with it. For me personally, I always go with my mindset of the character. I try to roleplay him or her. Mostly him because it's easier for me to roleplay a man. And if something I screw up, then I screw it up and go with the flow and live with the consequences. Makes for me the gaming experience a lot stronger. Unless, of course, you're going for achievements and other, but yeah. He looks fantastic, this guy. I am Colonel Izdrik Batoshki, 32nd Merov Penal Regiment. I welcome you to the cage, heir of Siberian. Exactly, we're now in the footsteps of Siberian Van Valensis and trying to find out some sort of, well, whatever's happened to our former dynasty things. He says penal regiments. So, have they be placed here as a penalty? Looks a lot like you. Thank you. Oh. Look at that crude augment hand. She was the one who shot that person in the musical trailer that we just saw earlier. Already have a wonderful rest. Thank you for lurking. Love to hear more of you in the Discord. Don't forget, for those tuning in right now, we have a giveaway going on for 3 copies of this DLC. Winner will be picked next week, Friday. Exclamation mark giveaway on how to enter. The woman standing beside him bows, her single eye fixed on you. Her voice rings out, piercing the heavy buzz of the crowd. Have you come to renew our oaths, your ladyship? Captain Quartermaster Dunovsky. Batoshki snaps his head towards her, and for a moment you imagine you heard the gnashing of fangs. As if a wild beast disciplines a member of its pack, the woman snaps to attention and salutes. Let's take a closer look at the crowd. You notice some among the guardsmen cringing in pain as if from a headache or twitching. These people look deranged, ready to snap into violence or dance in delirious joy at any moment. What oaths do you mean? Quentin Mawson meets the colonel's eyes and steps forward. The 32nd Merov Penal Regiment was requisitioned centuries ago by rogue traders Siberian Van Valensis during an expedition to GH 89717, which is now called Zarkov. The Lord Captain was lost in the routes. His retinue brought the final order, boarded the ship, and did not return. We have waited ever since. We have waited for you, your ladyship. How many hundreds of years have passed since the retinue of Siberian just flew off the planet and left them here? Is this wild? Batoshki tenses, the gaze pressed against her chest with almost physical force. The first call-up. Our predecessors saw an oath of loyalty to your ancestor, heir of Siberian. We intend to fulfill it, one way or another. Never heard of such a thing, Shireen. Must be something from those Ashmek homeworlds. What is the final order you speak of? To hold the line until arrival of the dynastic fleet. As you can see, we have succeeded. Your regiment served Siberian. Tell me, what kind of man was he? The greatest. We served your hallowed ancestors several centuries ago, Lady Eyre. We honor him for his deeds, but no one living knows him in person. Okay, so that's how long it came. Something brought down my shuttle. Some sort of huge, overgrown vine. That was the drover. That vile thing has the whole cage under siege. Where did this drover came from? And what does it look like? A vicious, colossal monster? It stretches its tendrils everywhere, trying to devour us. It's been this way for as long as I can remember. We're simple people. We need to know how to survive an encounter with the drover, not to understand where it came from. Is there something wrong with your people? Are they sick? Colin grimaces and sweeps a furious gaze over his people. No, not sick. Not really. We're hanging in there. We can't be broken. It's the drover, your ladyship. Its cry is inaudible, but it's like the weight pressing down on your mind. It causes pain, nightmares, and drives you mad. Anger, fear. Anything is possible. If you give in, you lose control of yourself. Not long ago, one of us snapped a knife to recruit just because he dropped his rations. Ooh. Mayor Sidon, when do the DLC start? They start already from the beginning, and I think around chapter 2 is where you meet Irgon and the whole arc starts happening for you. I need to return to my flagship. Do you have a Vox station? The handbook says Vox station, as you call them, for inter-regimental communication. My grandfather said he saw the casing of the last one on this world, but the roots swallowed it long ago, so we have no Vox station here. My personal combat isn't working either. Normally the flagship can reach me, but now there's some kind of interference. Our elders told us that, back when we still had communication, the channels would go dead whenever drovers were near. What was it they said? It puts the machine spirits to sleep. That's it. Okay, so we have to deal with these tendrils. Actually, I came here following the trail of my ancestor, Siberian von Valensis. Botovsky tilts his head like a beast before it pounds, yet his voice is surprisingly low and calm. Down below, beneath the outposts, lies his tomb. We don't go there. We don't want to disturb the memory of your ancestor. If you desire to visit the Rogue Trader, you are more than welcome. But the drover has entrenched itself right beside it, which means going there is certain death. Argento regards the soldier with a blistering bone of witness, wound beyond healing. Her voice is thick with solemn fatalism. It is unbearable to see these soldiers afflicted by one of those most foul and contagious diseases imaginable. Fear. Do not catch it yourself, Philomena. So that means my goal is right under the nose of this drover, and while it is alive, I'll be stuck here with no communication. Quite right, heir of Siberian. Quite right. And why don't you drive this creature away from the settlements? Because we aren't fools eager for an early grave. We aren't the brother generals who drive their men to the slaughter. We endure, we survive. Just as we have for centuries. Survival is no excuse for cowardice, guardsmen. Yes, Shireen, you are right, as always. Jay catches your gaze and adds in a whisper. But I will choose survival, thank you. Did our character romance Jay in this save file? Fine, I will put an end to this creature. That would be a deed worthy of the true heir of Siberian von Valensis. Did you all hear that? Von Valensis is with us now. She will slay the drover, endure the trial match with the colonel, and accept our oath. The final order shall be fulfilled, just as we promise. Oh, would we have a trial match? What is this trial match? Regimental tradition, your ladyship. To take command, one must be the existing commander in combat. Must best the existing commander in combat. And that man is Isdrik. Very well, let's get this over with quickly. Take the lift down. I'll put you right outside the thorny bastard's lair. If you want to throw your life away for nothing, I won't stop you. You can leave now. But if you have enough humility to take advice from a local, I'll be waiting for you at my quarters. Welcome to Zurkov. Welcome to the cage. Please, your ladyship, I would ask you a private audience. The welcoming ceremony is over. Regiment, dismissed. Okay.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
Profit factor. Okay. I was wondering if I can see the augments installed into her. Or them. That's the color scheme. Ah. Is there a way to see the augmentations on the bodies of my characters? Adaptive theme filter. Using combat stimulants does not inflict negative effects. Whenever the user grants an ally an extra turn, and the stimulants used by that ally during this turn do not inflict negative effects. Wow. Just kind of neutralizing the poison of injections stuff. It's pretty powerful. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Fire grenades. Fire grenades. Rock. And another crack. Okie dokie. So they want a private audience. We must before we head down. Vetka. It is good to see you, your ladyship. By your leave, I would like to discuss the regiment's oaths with you. How are you doing? Have you seen any cool new chars or exhibits? I've only seen our new companion that have joined us. This wonderful Adeptus Mechanicus here that reminds me of Santa Claus a little bit. And we're now on this new planet. We're soon then to move over in a further down save file where we're gonna meet the museum of our beloved Necron kleptomaniac that we're following. So, what is it you want to discuss regarding the oaths? Our oath of loyalty, your ladyship. When you return victorious from the Draven's lair, Isdrig is going to challenge you. I wanted to warn you. Colonel Batoshki will fight bitterly, and you should prepare well. I once saw him drench himself in promethium and set himself on fire before fighting 3 of the Draven's shoots unarmed. He's a fearsome enemy. Why shouldn't I simply execute the colonel? You jest, I'm sure, but all of us here, it's us against the world, your ladyship. For hundreds of years, we've learned to watch each other's backs and survive. If you kill our commander, you will become our enemy. The handbook states, a soldier who does not raise their weapon to save their commander is to be damned complicit to their demise. Ooh. Why would he want to fight me? You said yourself that everything has already been decided. And why do we praise the God Emperor even when all seems lost? Why do we struggle to survive even when we should surely perish? Because we have no choice but to fight against the inevitable. Isdrik will battle for the regiment even against the Emperor's angels. As the handbook states, the only thing a god's men should fear is failure to their duty. And how do you suggest to prepare myself? Walk around the cage, listen to the people, work to understand us. Then you will know what to do in the trial match. I have faith in you, your ladyship. As I approached the camp, I heard a song. You mean the hymn of the lost, Lord Captain? By it we live, and by it we die. If you want to learn anything about it, just ask. Its lyrics are not exactly cheerful. It reminds us of our survival. It's built upon the bones of the collapse that came before, and that upon our own bones will our children grow. It speaks of our duty and atonement. What is this tomb that it refers to? Deep within the roots are Xenos ruins. We do not venture there as a rule. It is a cursed place, a place of death. Redka's hand reflexively moves towards her missing eye, then she pulls it back. There is a whole list of names within it. Thus we honor our heroes. With each call-up, the song grows line by line, name by name. It began with Sergeant Sarkov, the first commander, to rise from the ranks of common panel conscripts, who named this world in his honor, the greatest honor to be enshrined in the lines of the hymn after death. Interesting, thank you. Oh. What is the connection between your regiment and my dynasty? Your illustrious ancestor Siberian von Valensis saved us from the terrible fate of obscurity and took first call-up into his own service. Thank you kindly for the follow over here on Twitch. Welcome aboard. Your illustrious ancestor Siberian von Valensis saved us. He gave us good uniforms, weapons, and then there was the von Valensis gifts. Stories passed down from our ancestors tell us how the rogue trader removed these gifts from his own body and offered them to the soldiers who had proven themselves better than all the rest. These boons made them even stronger. Talking about augmentations? What did you say he removed from his own body? Augmentics, your ladyship. In our songs, it is said your ancestor possessed so many gifts that he could share them with others. I don't know if it's true, but the rogue traders supplied the entire regiment with prosthetics is certain. We continue his work as best as we can. Do many people here support Batoshki? Yes, your ladyship. Your arrival is bound to bring change, and a few people are fond of change. Some believe that rejoining the Imperium will lead to trouble because of the regiment's history. There are others, like myself, of course, who have no fear of meeting his servants, and we look forward to the day when we can return serving humanity. These disregardments may have never been anything more than a reason to chew the fat on patrol, but now, regardless, all of us will swear the oath. You can be sure of that. If anyone refuses, we'll grant them a final atonement ourselves. Excuse me. Argenta bestows upon the young woman a look of brimming with genuine warmth. I was taught that true faith is most easily witnessed in the hour of the greatest trial. And here it stands before me. Years of deprivation have not robbed you of your faith in the God Emperor, and the imminent oath of loyalty to his anointed shall be worthy reward. Wow. That's crazy. That is crazy. Bainak has reclaimed, and please explain me how to play. And says, bought Trajan's Infinite Funhouse last night. I'm excited. I had to restart the game because I made the mistake of making my ship named after my ex. And in what form am I to help you now that you claim that with channel points? Well, I guess, don't use personal names in the game. It hurts, brother. Have an internet hug for me. Yeah, don't bring personal affairs and names into the game, especially if while you play a long CRPG that takes several hours to finish, there is a potential that during the time span of you playing that game, personal matters change, as in like, and person not being your beloved anymore. If you name the ship or a character in the game after them, that might be some emotional damage, as we know it. But that's wild. That is wild. Thank you also for everybody who's joining in here and following the channel, checking it out. We have a few full playthroughs on this channel. If you want to check it out, !YouTube, jump to the Uncut channel, look for Rogue Trader. You have everything in there. And also just finished Dark Heresy Let's Play of the beta. And it will be all over Dark Heresy when it drops as well. And if you watch this as a video later on, as I mentioned at the beginning of the video, let me know if we should do a full run again of Rogue Trader, but as a heretic. And again, I will voice act everything. I will go for every line and then roleplay our heretical character as good as possible. New game, new choices. I had way too much fun murdering the Winterscale heir. I see. You and my mod Draz are on the dark side. What do you know of the regiment's homeworlds? Medov is a world that has nothing but metal and throngs of people. Every one of them lives, serves, and dies in the name of the God Emperor. Our stories say the brother generals have turned their backs on his lights, and now they do whatever they please to regiments like ours. I think some of those stories are exaggerated to strike fear into recruits. If we can serve the God Emperor among the stars, why concern ourselves with some brother generals? Well said. Well said, soldier. What can you tell me about Zarkov? It is a world of terrors. Every living thing is trying to kill you here. Oof. W all quartermaster. Okay. Well, got some information about that. Greg says, you think with the new DLC is worth a new start? Question is, would you watch a new start? That's my main question, because I would be totally down for it. Greg says, I did not murder him. He's more useful to me alive. Don't compare me to such a murder hobo. His father gone to be healed. He was tortured by the warden. According to the Grim Dark, he must be healed through death. Fair point. Both of you. Fair point. Depends, of course, how you roleplay your Rogue Trader. Guardsmen. Goods. Of course, we take that. More goods. Good. Repairer. Your ladyship. Open the generic lock. Surely the God Emperor has revealed the miracle. The heir of Siberian has opened the container. Oh, what are we getting here? The Baron von Valancius records. A sheet of paper covered in tiny handwriting. That is from our heirs. This is before Theodora von Valancius, who's making you a Rogue Trader. It's like early von Valancius dynasty, apparently. Thank you, dear wife. Man, she's such a sweetheart. A sheet of paper covered in a tiny handwriting. I, Siberian von Valancius, the God Emperor, anointed one, his instrument in the Corona's expense, and tamer of all things Xenos, commit these words to vellum, lest I be lost to the heart of this savage world. To Colonel Okay, sorry, I'm not fluent in Russian. Sbrechif, commander of the 32nd Merit Regiment, I ordered the penal regiment to decamp and proceed. Ordered the penal regiment to decamp and proceed to their goals. So they should leave and not be here. To surrender to the authority of the next scion of the dynasty. Together with my heir, they shall venture to the stars, serving as a blade and a shield to my successory. My retinue is to assist the colonel and expend every conventional effort to the search of my heir. So his retinue came back after the... Oh my god, after the rogue trader died, his retinue came back up and just left and did not execute the command. Further instructions shall be left in locations separately agreed upon with the parties concerned. And we have an somatic insertion, weapon optimizer Mark 1. The user's attacks gain bonus based on the type of weapon used. Attacks with melt and plasma weapons gain +0 armor penetration. 0 is based on number of firm sector stacks. So +0. And then 5 times the number of phantom stacks as armor penetration. Attacks with bolter, pistol, and projectile weapons gain over penetration chance. Attacks with las and flamer weapons get dodge reduction. Attacks with chain and primitive weapons gain parry reduction. Attacks with force and power weapons get deflection negation. Attacks with exotic weapons gain inflicting random negative effects for 1 round. You can kind of like make sure that your poisoning or bleeding or whatever is definitely happening there. Negative effect, it gets +3 levels of firm sanctum. That's not too crazy. Adapt as Astartes equipment, Drukari, Eldari. Okay, so this cannot be implemented on our Adeptus Mechanicus, nor on Marajai, nor on Ilia. And not on the Navigator. Okay. It's pretty wild. Wild thing. Boom, boom. Okay. What does the Xenos lore says over here for us? Judging by the drover shoots, these creatures cannot have formed spontaneously. Thousands of years ago, someone must have interfered in its development, guiding into the right direction. And there's Isdrik. Flame Operator and Mace. Flame Operator. Okay, we're gonna have a chat with Isdrik. Let us speak to Isdrik. Otoshki watches you like a predator on the hunt. Let's get one thing straight, Lady Air. You here to subvert our ways, take us to the star. That's been foretold, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. If you dislike me so much, why do you bother helping me? Because you're going out there to kill the drover. If you pull it off, its death will be a gift to the entire regiment. If you die, but my advice helps you, wound it first, then at least we'll have a chance to finish it off later. I opened Sir Baron's stasis container. His logs were inside, and within them the orders for your regiment. With all due respect to our most holy ancestor, his orders are of little use now. Keep them, after all. It is our legacy. I wish to know more about the drover. That thing is ancient and huge. My great-grandfather saw it, the roots way back. We know about it for ages, but this is the first time it got so close. The humming noise, the pain that comes and goes, is that a result of its cry? He's just applauding. Okay. What should we expect from it? It keeps its weak spot out of sight among the roots. It's almost impossible to get there unless you make it angry enough that it comes out. So first you'll have to deal with the armored shoots. There are different kinds of them, and we're giving them different names based on how they act. Barricades, mace, growths, and flowers. Tell me about the maces. Judo tells me you've seen them already. You'll recognize it once it's as long as a vine that thorns at the end. It carves you up deep and you bleed to death before you can blink. The creature can spit its sucker at you. One slip up and you're a shriveled husk. If you manage to hack it up good, they'll try to dive back into the roots to regrow elsewhere. But there's a trick to it. Catch it with a burst of fire, and the maces lose its nerve and stays put. Barricades, that sound very apt. They're not dangerous, but the drovers use them to block the path. They're thick and dense. Watch yourself when you're smashing them. They're bristling with thorns. Strike it the wrong way and you're sure to get skewered. And you have to hurry. Any cuts, it can heal quickly. Okay, so the roots are apparently doing damage in the lead back, it sounds like. And it has a regeneration factor. What are growths? Like a bunch of abscesses, they are. They ripped right on the roots, then a swarm of carnivorous midges burst out. Smash the growth early, otherwise more of these pests will hatch. What about the flowers? It spits globs of caustic sap. Anything they hit gets sizzled. It also sprays pollen for some reason. It seems harmless though, but if you see a flower dissolve into a puddle of acid, don't think it's safe for a second. It's just another trick. Wait a little while and the flower will get back up. You said the shoots are armored? The drovers insert its growth and maces into old bones and wears them like we were clothes and armor. Interesting. How do I kill the creature? As I said, the drover itself hides in a tangle of roots. It will only come out if you chop down a whole bunch of its shoots. But there's the thing. No one's ever been able to kill it. Usually it just runs away. But we don't have weapons like yours. So it feels fire. Don't you have incendiary weapons? Here, weapons of the first call. Rare and precious. When your time comes, detonate them before you die. Thank you for the advice. So you fought it then. A long time ago. Just become colonel. Out it came, not very close, but still close enough to be a problem. It almost gobbled up one of the outposts. My father and I took a squad and went out to attack it. They all perished, and my father took out our remaining grenades and leapt into the drover's maw. The beast ate its fill and slunk away. It should have found my atonement there, but I made it out. If I hadn't been exposed to so much of its poison as a child, I would have died there. And that is where your skin is all burned, because you put yourself on fire. What is this thing and where did it come from? Who knows? It's not really a beast, it's more of wheat. Is there any way I can prepare myself for its poison? We prepare while we're still recruits, but you can try the root extract. But I'd be real foul. Even if you don't give your soul to the God Emperor, your body still might not adapt. What is this root extract? You brew it up from those killed by the drover's poison. If you're not so badly poisoned, then you die or wish you died. Then for a while, all kinds of poison won't be any more dangerous to you than water, if. I characterize the described method of increasing resistance to toxin substance as deleterious and unsuitable for application. Recommendation: avoid profane methods of body fortification. I'll decline. Thank you for sharing the experience. Question regarding your worlds. Tell me about the regiments. If you're cut off from command here, how are ranks appointed? In the first call-up, the ranks of colonel was a lifetime post. He granted all other promotions and demotions unliterally. The rank passed to his son, then to his grandson, would turn out to be a weakling. The others slit his throat, and the strongest and most cunning of them took the colonel's position. He set the rule that if you want a promotion, you prove your worth. You fight the trial match against others with the same ambition. It's the same for every rank. If you're aiming to become a sergeant, you head into the roots with the other candidates. If you make it back, you've earned the rank. Is that how you became colonel too? Yes, only we didn't go into the roots. We settled it right and there in the cage. 6 of us went out the fight. I was the only one left. If they all hadn't swarmed me, I have spared someone. From noble succession to dictatorship by the best killer. Huh, I don't know these fancy words, but I know this. The best killer, as you put it, is only on top as long as the troops respect them. Either that, or as long as they're revered. Is your regiment a little small to bear this rank? Here in the cage we don't even have half a company. It's true. Though you haven't seen the whole lot. Some have been cut off by the Drover's siege, and others have stashed away just in case. Still, we have plenty of smaller outposts scattered across the world. Transit points for the hunting units, and all kinds of other strongholds. Fair enough. What is your connection to the dynasty? An expedition, the first call-up. Fair enough. I've set aside my curiosity. Thank you kindly, Colonel. I got some hand flamers. Okay, she has the heavy bolter. And a heavy flamer. Nobody else can have a hand flamer? Apparently not. Okay, is there anybody else I can or should talk to before I head down? Repara. Structure collects moisture from the plant. What's happening here? Those standing before you look utterly spent. What is there to celebrate? Otoshki speaks the truth. They'll take us all and toss us into the grinder as cannon fodder. And what is there for us? To chew on vine leaves and shake with fear? I would rather die with the glory of the Emperor among the stars. Sala shriek glances through everything around you, setting your very eyes vibrating with your sockets. Fury, terror, and a revulsion surge upward, a boiling tide from the depths. The emotions engulf you, and as if you dream, you watch the scene unfolding before your eyes. A woman with a bone plate over one eye draws a knife and moves to plunge it into the man standing opposite of her. Stand down, both of you. Get hold of yourself. You're a guardsman of the thrones. The words strike like a slap. The woman stares at her hands in terror, then casts the knife aside. Forgive me, your ladyship. The drover, that vile creature. Thank you for bringing me to my senses. The standard punishment for brawling is no less than 20 lashes for each participant. But under the present circumstances, I believe some lenience may be shown. I'll have to forgive our people. They're simply afraid. Listen, when you find the colonel, try to strike him under the left ribs. A local beast got hold of him once. Tore a rib clean out. He took that rib back and used it to stab the beast dead. Now he has a weak spot there. Thought it might help you. Left ribs. Okay. Left ribs, huh? Nothing over here. There's Vodovka. Drill Sergeant Jovaka. Luca's assistants. That your torment, folks? Okay, let's have a chat with the... Seems to be some sort of doctor. We need to tend the wounded. The makeshift hospital is a hive of activity. Here and there, the wounded moan through gritted teeth. There's nothing we can do here now. I'm sorry, Yuvaka, but your chances are slim. Yuvaka taught half the regiment how to shoot. He's got God Emperor's given talent as an instructor. Sergeant, this is part of your duty. You will make the futile attempt to save one doomed man. We will lose him and a dozen of other soldiers we could have helped. Toughen up. Look, I understand. Atonement for the one. Go and save some others. I just manage on my own. I don't want to be a burden. What happens? Your Sergeant, Lieutenant Shavkovka was struck by one of the drover's maces. We sutured the wounds from the spikes, but he seems to have internal injuries. The servant of the God Emperor fought with valor and utter devotion. Do not prolong his suffering. He's earned the Emperor's mercy. Let's try to save him with Medicaid. You step back and wipe the sweat from your brow with the back of your bloodied hand. The patient's chest rises and falls steadily. And though his life is not yet saved, he has at least some chance of surviving long enough to be operated in fully. Thank you. Thank you. Yuvaka. He's like a father to a lot of us, you know. We owe him. And you? My grand would tell me stories about the first call-up. It's believed that your ancestors used to say that even the doomed are worth saving. For the depth of gratitude leads to grand deeds. It's not our way to waste our efforts on lost causes, but now, thank you once again. The regiment will not forget what you have done. Okay, so we've helped out. We helped out there. Boom, boom. Let's see, is there anything else that we could do? They're having some sweet...
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Sweet time together. That's the priest thing, the cook thing. Okay, I think that's... Cage Boreman. Cage Born Man, I see. My bad. This is where we landed. Pick up them goods. Flamers. Beta, Sergeant Janur, Drill Sergeant Dankosh. Who we have not talked to.
None shall stand in my way.
Sergeant Janur. Is this something you want, your ladyship? You enjoy making things? Yes, your ladyship. I carve things for myself and for the fellows. It sometimes take commissions. Toys for volunteers, medals for awards, pieces to put on gun stocks. Sometimes it helps with prosthetics, but I also do it for the pleasure of the thing. Carve a smile upon his face, master craftsman. Let the children know that the soldier must be stern towards his enemies, yet merciful towards those he protects. Just as you are towards these little ones. Anything new about Drover? Nothing crazy there. I'm just quickly jumping through here. Disagree with Captain Dwansky. I'm with Colonel Brutoshki on this, your ladyship. There's nothing for us out there in the stars. The direct commander is Dvansky, but you're supporter of Batoshki. Atonement for one is a complicated thing. I didn't what it needs to be done, and I have no complaints about Vetka. Are we all? So we gave him some ideas on how to work better with the last guns. Drill sergeants. Your ladyship, God Emperor preserves me. You've honored us with your visits. Look closely at the training soldiers. They're all fit and strong, which is not surprising. Young and old, male and female, every one of them looks like they stepped straight out of the Astra Militarum propaganda poster. Oh. The movements and stances look peculiar. Then you realize there's simply no flat terrain anywhere on the planet. Even the massive roots are covered in lumpy bark. The Merovians' odd gait and slightly stooped posture are products of their constant effort to maintain their balance. You have a spare target? I would like to learn some shooting from you. What? You want... you... But of course, Lord Captain. Make room! Encouraged by your attention, Dankos launches into a thorough explanation of shooting conditions. It's striking how much aptitude for instructions this near-feral fighter from the Forsaken World displays. As you put it, if you put 5 shots exactly on the target in a row, the surrounding Merovians erupt in a cheer of approval. Well, call it the snap strike, Lord Captain. It's not about shooting or stabbing where the target is, but where it is going to be. Carry on with your drills. It is an honor. You leave the shooting range. Your departure is accompanied by respectful nods and shouts, and even friendly pats on the shoulder. It seems you have won over some of the Merovians. You're here. More people who have trust me. Good. Let's sit down. No can do. Over here we go. Into the elevator. I think our Genta has to do most of the stuff for us. Game is saving on its own. That's what. Options. Cool tips. Is it speed of part animation? Okay, there we go. To the Drover's lair. Into the thick of it. I'm curious what kind of background we unravel. Oh, wow. Big, nasty creature. Oh! Excuse me. What's she doing here? Your leadership, Captain Quartermaster reporting for duty. I am here to serve as reinforcements. What is the plan of operation? What brings you by? According to the handbook of my primary duty as a guardsman to aid the God Emperor's faithful servants in the struggle against the enemies of humanity, and to preserve the life of the superior even at the cost of my own. And you are to be our commander, after all. Was that because our marksmanship has, okay. I won't refuse help. Thank you for your honor to have, you have shown me your leadership. I know of a position that offers a view of the enemy's location. That abomination is a testament of how Xeno's influence twists and defiles the very nature of all things. But if Xenos involved, these barbs pierce the earth and drink of its vital humors, not for the sake of life, but for the sake of desolation. There it is, Lord Captain. God, Emperor Protect. This is the first time I've ever seen it this close. I see 2 lines of attack. One to the flower, the other to the growths. The flower sprays poisonous pollen, while the growth spews out flesh-eating flies. Which approach do you want me to take, your ladyship? The target is the flower. It will be done, Lord Captain. Let's go.
Shireen, you know I've never been afraid of a fight, but
What?
even the thought of us having to go into that thing's lair gives me a bad feeling. Wouldn't it be simpler to just hit it with a targeted salvo from orbit?
Your idea would have merit were there even one working Vox receiver here. Without communications, it will be impossible to aim the ship's guns accurately enough to achieve a result that is in any way satisfactory.
Exactly. Exactly. That is why we cannot do it. So, let us make sure that we have all of us at least some sort of flaming actions. Fire grenades. Oil grenades. Here's some oil. More fire. I have a second fire. Fire and oil. Good. Good. 2 fires, 1 Medicae, 1 oil. There you go. Taunting Stream. These gloves allow the wearer to parry melee attacks with their ranged weapon using ballistic skill instead of weapon skill. Yeah. Tech use. Increased. Bonus to Fellowship. Give him logic boost. With the glasses. Beautiful. So let's go to this growing situation down here, to the growths. And destroy that.
The Xenos!
Smite the Xenos. Da, 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 da. Why is Jay bleeding? Did we climb down poorly? Start a battle. Oh my god. The Druid of 2000. Museion. Holy moly. The oppressive shriek cannot boost. Oh, that's interesting. So, kill zone. That is a kill zone. What do we have here? Served cold. The damage dealt by this ability and its armor penetration are increased by 24 for each extra turn granted by Jai. The extra turn are counted starting with the latest ability. The damage dealt by this ability can be dodged. Served cold. Just a little bit of damage. Okay, so we're ready there. We have some burns going on. That is good. I'm sure we can fire pistol bursts. There was a crit in between. Another little burst. Follow up with another burst. There we go. There we go. So. Rear is here. Backline is here. And we're good to go. Pascalio. With quite a few stacks. Let's analyze the enemy. Let's boost everybody with machine spirits. Oh. Our efficiency, we don't care for that. But what I care for is a good waits a weapon for 2 turns. Is a good shot. $59. Let's do it. Overgrowth has done something. What was that on this side? The flower did something. But what? Toxic salvo on Pascal. Oh, it comes over here. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, Pascal will not be able to move away from there. We'll get a little bit of a flower hit.
Stay vigilant.
Brutal strike. Feeding. So. Now our last gun. If I go in here, can I still shoot? I can still shoot, okay. We use for 1 round, the Austrian military commander and their allies do not suffer damage from allied attacks and deal 24 more damage were they attacked by them since ability activation. Okay, let's activate it. One person not good yet, therefore rapid fire. And fire. It's another flower thingy. Down there. I can move up there for free. I could do a run and gun to shoot again. But I could also just do a long last shot on the mace. Or just kill this thing off. Exactly. Well, let's have it like that. So, Argenta. How about you move up here? Yeah. You have the heavy bolter right now on. So we want to do rapid fire. gonna do the hymns. And we're gonna Daka the living hell out of that barricade. And destroy whatever was there as well. Jesus. Argenta. Move up there. And give me a second barrage. This is just one barrage of Argenta, the damage output here. Is this wild? Okay, we got hit by something. We dodged. A little bit of a hit over there. Ooh. Bring the big boy out. Good. What do we have here? Aegon selects the main target and 2 cells within a 4 radius around it. All creatures in those cells between them. Aegon unleashes an energy bolt, dealing shock damage. Okay, it goes further like that. Ah, I see. So, okay, Lance Electricity hits a little bit with 20 tactical advantage. Let's use some of that. And now take a shot. $58. That's pretty neat. Yeah, it's mace. Oh, true, the mace needs to be on fire before going down. I forgot about that. Beating. I wonder if that thing will be able to deal with it. Or not. And all the way down here?
My place is at the 4.
My place is at the 4. Maybe I have to charge down there in order to help. Brace for impacts, endure, shouts, taunting scream, bulwark, done. Oh, the explosion didn't hit hard. The explosion did hit hard. Giant. Let's move over here. The shriek is over. So we are going to voice of command
You've
on
got a
Argenta.
problem. I've got a prize.
Boost Argenta's overall thingy. So Argenta over here can now do an overall attack.
You can
escaped the Emperor's judgment.
Good. Some items are gone. That's it. Then gonna move the front line. The target is next attack will ignore cover. That will be a kill zone, most likely. Can't see anything that is important. Blitz stratagem. Put it on that. Move it over here. Too far. Okay. Pascal, you cannot heal yet. That's a little bit problematic. But that's okay. What can we attack? Could attack that mace. Could attack that mace. I could attack that mace. Well, apparently not. That one will work. That one would work. Oh, let's put some of that on you. And an area overcharge. There we go.
Follow my lead.
That's it. Okay, you're fighting. You are fighting there properly. So, soldier lady moving forward. Is that doable? Too far away. That will hit most likely my own companion down there. Close can I run? Not really. I could dash a little bit more. Let's dash over here. Can I now reach the flower? I can reach the flower. Can I shoot it like that with the flower? I could. Oh, let's make an aimed shot. Actually, no, before that, we're going for steady superiority. There we go. Then aim shots. 110 damage. And another shot. The flower has fallen. So then I would like to do wildfire. And shoot at a big guy. Okay. Now we're going to move out of that radius. Same thing, rail and slaughter. Eat it.
Faith, this is why I was chosen.
So then I'm going to do one fire. And do it again. Surely the savior sent by the Emperor will go back to the cage and tell the Cardinal the news. Will await your triumphant return, your ladyship. Did we actually defeat it? Apparently we did. Okay. So, Arch-Militant. What do I want further to increase? My awareness is pretty strong. Okay, let's focus on awareness then. Over here, we want to go for Perception. Good. Argenta. My demolition lady over here. Demolition, almost a lower Imperium, but although lower Imperium is pretty bad on you. So demolition. And agility. Pascalio, what could I give you? I'm not sure from what the -5 comes from. Like a error to me. Willpower, ballistic skills. Let's go for ballistics. And then over here we want attack to increase. Abelards, my dear Vanguards. Your athletics should go up. And your strength should go up. Jae Hadari. Ballistic skill are pretty good. Let's increase your intelligence. And then over here, lower Imperium. Why not? And last but not least, it is you. That definitely gets a boost in logic. Intelligence is already up. So let's give you a boost also in ballistic skills. Perfect. Let's have a look around. There's loot up there. Climb down. How do we get up there? Climb up. Secret chest that nobody knows. Buna Golden, welcome, welcome. What are we getting? An assault grapple arm. And a specific hand flamer. The grapple arm sounds pretty cool to me. So, partially decomposed human bodies. What do we have here? Tattered journal. This primitive journal is assembled from processed leaves and covered in text scrawled in uneven hands during a quick pursuit. Vedka says I'm a psyker, a cursed one, like in old legends. When I learned the truth, I wanted to tend it all on one last mission. But Vedka said that the God Emperor has a different design for me. The handbook says that the psykers can reach out to other worlds. I must try. Atonement for the one, for me. I'm trying. The God Emperor is my witness. I am trying. I draw the symbols. I see my dreams. I scream without words. But there is only silence in return. I thought it would be simple and easy. You call out, someone calls back. But I've waited 20 nights by the campfire now, and nothing. Vetka comes by sometimes to encourage me. She said next time she should bring something special. The extract worked. I'm not sure what Vetka put in it, but I feel asleep almost instantly. Uh-oh. And in my dreams, I heard the call, a scream, a howl, a song, all at once. It answered my pleas. It heard me. All this time and had been doing it all wrong. There is no atonement, not for any of us. None of us will answer from the stars. What sang in my dreams came at my summons. It is the drover, the creature Isdrid warned us about. It is getting closer, slithering towards me, reaching out with its growth. I should have left when I learned I was a psyker. Vedka, if you read this, damn you. It was you who gave me hope. You who made me scream into the void. And you who brought me Drover. Who brought the Drover to the cage. Only one thing remains for me now. To try and kill it before it reaches the cage. My final mission. Oh. That is rough. Warp neutrality. After underground, the strange symbols mixed with invocation of the God Emperor in Low Gothic. Okay, so her psyker friend has brought that upon them. The Thicket Slayer. 2 weapon. A light flamer. Flame weapons have 2 special area effects. Okay. Nothing too crazy. Let's head back up here and see what we can do here. Tenrigan, how you doing? Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you for popping in. Can we have a shout out to 10? Ooh, Chain of Crystals. Grants a bonus to Lore Warp whenever the wearer hits a demon or a psyker for the first time in combat. The target suffers -4 willpower and perception and -1 psi rating until the end of combat. Oh. That is crazy. That is crazy. Thank you for the follow. We're on Twitch. Okay.
It's about time.
It's about time. Okay, that's a pretty nasty amulet. +10 lower warp. Who is my strongest warp guy? It is Jai. Jai have that. I'm just gonna give you that. Parrying and melee is better. Then whenever the wearer of these gloves goes to 0 HP situation. I could put a cape on. Phantom cloak. Oak Treader's cloak. Bomb. Oakley dokley. Let's have a look at the grave of the Von Valensis. The air is suffocatingly thick with the spicy scent of spores. A modest-looking sarcophagus stands before you. Thank you, Trass. Inspect the body. Welcome, Inuja. A cluster of flowers that has bloomed across the remains of the unfortunate agents of the Golden Throne, having literally drained the last of its life fluids. A miraculously unscathed Vox scribe rests within this inner pocket. Acolyte, Watcher, Temple Cell. Attention from the locals have been avoided. We lost Acolytes, Keykeeper, Oculus, and Dusk. Bastion Cell has sealed all contact. Void Cell has gone in search for Bastion. Is this a cross-reference to Dark Heresy game? A search of the subject's suspected burial site yielded no results. No body was found. It appears it was never buried. No traces of heresy requiring cleansing. We continued the search for traces of Siberian von Valancius and the purge of possible new traces of heresies. The next marker is the Xeno ruins at the coordinates recorded in the Vox scribe memory. Siberian reportedly surveyed them shortly before his death. Inspect the sarcophagus. The ancestor's final resting place is simple. It would be an affront to the tastes of any rogue trader. Open it. The small plants clinging to the sarcophagus snap with soft, wet squelches as you move surprisingly blind-lit. Inside you see nothing but a gaping hollow. Never your ancestor's body, nor his legendary sword lie in his sarcophagus. Leave the fake tomb. Okay, we have to locate the ruins. Apparently there's some sort of fake tomb down here.
Follow my lead.
Follow my lead. Let's move up. There we go. For everybody who's joined right now, if you are into RPGs overall, into Warhammer, you have found the right place. Please do drop a follow, become part of the family, and we have a giveaway going on with 3 keys of this DLC. Exclamation mark giveaway. If you want to see how to do it on both YouTube's and Twitch side. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. I'm here for you. Enjoyed, of course, also the Twitch drops. Nuja asked, did you start a fresh campaign? Should I start afresh again to play the new DLC? I'm already in Act 2. You can continue where you are. There will be a prompt popping up for you, asking you if you want to activate the new DLC content, and then it will maybe take 1 warp travel or so, and then it will try to put the new content into your play, and you meet the new companion. This Adeptus Mechanicus over here. You'll get access to the augmentations. There might be some potential loot loss if you are not starting a new run, but nothing too major that will, you know, outrun the materials that you get in Act 1 and Act 2 anyways. So, yeah, you can straight up go with your old save file. You can also have an old run where you are in the last chapter before going to Epitaph, before going into the last region and leaving the sector, and play it. I mean, you will be outpowered, most likely, because this is somewhere around the beginning of Act 2 hitting you to meet this Adeptus Mechanicus, and then it's up to you. But of course you can grab an old file as well where you are at the end game contents and go for it. For me, I didn't start a new one, but there is the question in the room. Would you guys be interested in to watch a full new playthrough, but this time as a heretic, because we have a full dogmatic run already on the channel. I think even 2 dogmatic runs. If you want to check them out, exclamation mark YouTube. Hello? Everybody's waiting for us. So that means I have to now fight the Commissar. The Marons surrounding you seem tense. Although you no longer feel any pressure in your head, they seem to still be suffering from the lingering effects. Izrik Batoshki fixes you with an expended look. The drover is dead. We know. Heir of Siberian, as soon as it died, we could all breathe a little easier. There in the depths, I discovered a corpse. Batoshki watches you exceptionally like a beast called the Spring, but the Captain Quartermaster's eye widens in terror, her lips suddenly moving. Don't. Do I trust Vedka? I mean, Vedka did try to do a good thing. I'm not sure she intentionally tried to do something harmful here. But yeah. While informing you, you might wish to collect it. Isrik nods grimly, then snaps to Betka. Captain Quartermaster, tell the funeral detachment to inspect the Drover's lair. As it turns out, Inquisition was on Zarkov. I discovered their bodies. What new blight is this? Wait. That word sounds familiar. We have songs about God Emperor's secret servants, but we would never have been able to recognize them. But why? They're dead. What is dead no longer is a threat and can wait. We have more pressing matters. I presume this is the ceremonial visits? The time has come to renew our oath. We're going to square now. In the presence of the fallen of all people, we shall face each other in a trial match. A curious tradition. I trust you are fully aware that it will happen to you and to your entire penal regiment should the rogue traitor von Valensis suffer so much as a scratch. Philomena von Valensis, heir to Cerberian, and our rightful ruler, has proven himself by slaying the Drover. If a seed is doubt still lingers in your hearts, it is time to tear it out of the roots. Watch. We can still settle this peacefully if you want to. We cannot. The regiment traditions are secret. Let's settle this cleanly, shall we, Batoshki? The colonel stifles, growls, makes the surrounding Morovins shudder. Okay, looks like we're having a fisticuffs off with him. I find him very disturbing. I find him very intriguing. A dense ring of people surrounding a platform suspended on chains. No one shouts any encouragement to you or your colonel. In grim, solemn silence, the Morovins keep their eyes on you and Batoshki. For centuries we have awaited this moment, hoping to witness it, and now we're here. We have survived from the first call-up onto our own. Tell us then, your ladyship, do you revoke the final order of your most holy ancestor, Siberian? Ooh. And Siberian's records over to Vetka. It is not I, but Siberian himself who revokes it. Hear me, guardsmen, written by the hand of the Siberian von Valensis himself. Together with my heir, they shall venture to the stars, serving as a blade and shield to my successor. Atonement for one lady heir, be it for you or for me. They have tradition. I'm not asking why he fights. It is the moment to use the Sarkovian combat technique. The colonel moves smoothly, precisely, hiding a potential strike in every move, but you're one step ahead. As he lunges forward, he finds your blade already waiting for him. Batoshki circles you, looking for a weakness in your defense. Before striking, he remains utterly indifferent to the blood flowing from his wounds. Philomena von Valensiu, who descended from the stars, stands before us, fighting for the right to command the 32nd Merov Regiment. Tell us, your ladyship, what use have you for us? As my ancestor once said, even the doomed are worth saving, for the depth of gratitude leads to grand deeds. A satisfied hum ripples through the crowd. We are born for greater things, and our gratitude to the dynasty knows no bound. Your eyes catch a glint of Batoshki's knife, coated in something greenish. The colonel has used the moment you spent answering Donovsky to coat his knife in poison. Dodge it. As if dancing, you dodge the slash. Isdrik howls like a maddened beast and unleashes a series of wild, sweeping strike, exposing himself to an attack. You counterattack, hits Baroshki square in the chest. Any other man should have howled in pain, but the old soldier only lets out a raspy snarl, ignoring the bloody froth of his lips. We will go to the stars, but what will you give us there beyond this world, Von Valencius? I shall give you the chance to perform deeds as great as mine. To become part of a greater cause, not a despised penal outcast, but as those who have found atonement, those who survived, those who prevailed. The crowd nods in agreement with the Danovsky, their eyes fixed on you with admiration. Isrik spits blood and snarls. Now you understand why he resisted the drover's scream with such ease. The howl of the beast in his mind is far louder. With a roar, he lunges at you, looking you in a crushing embrace. The knife slips from your hand, clattering across the floor. Headbutt him. Find the pressure point under the colonel's left ribcage and press it down hard. Pain racks Potovsky's body, and the first time he screams wildly, furiously, frantically. He grips, loosens, and blood gushes from his wounds. The colonel's strength fails him, and he drops heavily to his knee. Whatever force drives him, it still keeps the old beast from falling, but he has no strength left to continue the fight. And yet he rises. He draws himself up to the full height, standing rigidly to attention. Blood-streaked and broken, he salutes you. The trial match is over. I, Isdrik Batoshki, step down as commander of this 32nd Merov Panel Regiment. It's up to you, your ladyship. What an amazing fight. The colonel's body slumps to the floor, silence falls over the platform. The trial match is over. It is time for the oath. Your orders, Commander. Captain Quartermaster, call for formation. 32nd Merov Regiment, to renew your oaths to the Von Valencius dynasty. All in. Wow. Look at that. We've managed to have the fights, and the regiment is now... I am a warrior in defense of Dominion. I am the sword and shield and hammer of the Imperium. My transgression shall be atoned for his service. Man, our kid game is so good in delivering the atmosphere. Before his gaze, I swear to be sure to my oath and vow to hold fast to my courage in the face of all enemies of humanity, and to unflinchingly meet my death. And until Holy Terror calls me home, Philomena von Valencius shall be his voice until the God Emperor speaks otherwise through the mouth of the Adeptus Ministorum. So many call-ups later, and here it is, the oath, as written in the handbook. Our regiment has found its purpose and returned to duty. All that remains for you is to decide, your ladyship, what to do with Zarkov in our regiments. I shall need a commander for the Zarkovian troops, and the position of Archmilitant also happens to be open. The newly sworn regiment stares at you, awaiting for the first appointment in the centuries. Well then, Benevsky, are you ready to go to the stars? I've been preparing for this for my whole life, Lord Captain. From now on, Zarkov is a colony of the Von Valencius Protectorate, and it's time to appoint a governor. I shall appoint a representative from among those who yearn to return to the Imperium's embrace. A new era has dawned, and it's time for Zarkov to emerge from its isolation. It will be done, Lord Captain. Activate Vox. All matters have been settled. Then this audience is over. Victus, send a shuttle. Lord Captain, you're alive. An extraction team was already sent in its way to search for you, transmitting your coordinates. There we go. Shuttle is landing. My oh my. No.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
How do we get down there? I want them goods. Oh, down here. Go, let's go, let's go. Take them.
When the faithful are idle, heresy
Argenta.
grows.
Please burn. I cannot grab that ghost over there. It is bugged. No. Okay. Let's move up there. And head back out home.
A new
Bit of Witch's
challenge
Bridge.
for me.
So, I have to quickly double check. We're now level 26. The save file that we had for a little bit later on. No, that was the drawer's lair. With cage and whatnot. And the squad marker. Ignatius. The lost tube. 39. Okay, yeah, that's definitely a lot more advanced. We're gonna go back to the ship,
won't tolerate
see how this
weakness.
concludes, and then we straightforward jump into the DLC content, meeting our beloved kleptomaniac Necron. And yeah, if you would be willing to watch a full Let's Play as a Heretic run this time, because our Dogmatic run has been concluded already, then let it be known. Say in chat if you would be down for such a thing. Huh. I do, Danny. Exactly. Lots of DACA. For the Emperor! Oh. So have a quick chat with him. With Eogon.
Magos biologus Eurystheus octo rebido declaimed. Every organism naturally born, flesh from flesh, knows fear. But the supreme terror of an organic organism is invariably evoked by the threat of annihilation. I have pondered this a great
Potentially.
deal. Do death and terror define our existence from the very beginning? Like a kind of fate, a raised blade since our conception that governs our lives. Rogue Trader, do you fear death?
That's a good question. That's a good question. I do not fear death, no. Personally, also not. Because I'm happy. Except of having children of my own. I have nearly checked every check mark on that list. And now I just want to experience all the games that will come out in the next decades and share them with you. There's nothing to fear in death if you've lived a worthy life.
For it is what spurs us to do the things that give life meaning and dignity. You are a brave woman, rogue trader.
Thank you, Connie. Question. Can we romance Eogon?
Thank you for indulging my curiosity. Now it is your turn to select the topic of conversation.
Your speech is different from other tech priests. It's less mechanic.
To think that all tech priests speak exclusively like machines is a widespread misconception among the laity. We may strive to draw closer to the machine god, but we remain part of the human race. How exactly a tech priest achieves this oneness is the choice of each individual ordained in the priesthood of Mars, depending largely on personal characteristics, practical considerations, and interpretations of the tenets of the faith. Of course, many attune their language to machine cant or even prefer not to use flesh speak at all. It is then easier for them to make contact with machine spirits.
Insert binary screeching.
For myself, however, a key aspect of the machine god is his omniscience. I gather wisdom, and that includes from communicating with laypersons. To this end, standard low Gothic has so far proved to be the most useful. However, this does not negate the fact that I am able to speak all the binaric dialects of Mars, if circumstances so demand.
Okay, so you can speak like a 50k modem when doing dial-up. Okay, interesting.
I find our conversation
very intriguing character, I have to say. Very intriguing character. Corona's expense. In case my team fails, I already paid 1 profit factor to build a heretic soldier to replace Argenta, but I don't think it will come that far. The footsteps of a legend. Locate the lost ruins from Zarkov's orbit. Centuries ago, Super Valences journeyed into the ruins hidden within the world's root system. It is possible that this body still lies there, awaiting to repose with the Nestic Centothaf. As for the Lord Captain returns to the flagship, she should scan to presume the sight and demise of the ogres. Okay, we have some contracts over here. Yeah. You answered the scener's located coordinates in the Vox scribe near the sarcophagus. Yet they fail. The scout reports lengthy search of safe passages given to the coordinates. Predatory xenoflora greets these uninvited guests with poison and thorns. The last gaining entry has proven impossible. The entrance of the Xeno ruins is entangled in roots. You command the governor of Zarkov to clear the thickets blocking the path. Decide where your legendary ancestors perish. All you can do now is wait. Wait a factotum to deliver the news. Okay, so this is the point where we just wait for that to proceed. But for that we have a different save prepared. Not with Philomena anymore, but with Ignatius, where we are hitting the lost tomb. Load. In case a team... Oh, you made a mercenary, right? That's why you said you lost a factor. Boots tossed aside.
They will see. Oh, yes. They all will see.
That is back to the cage. So, we're back on the planet with the cage, where we have set the governor to cut through the roots, and they have unraveled this tomb for us, and it already is greenlit and very, very, very Xenos heavy. So it looks like our character here is built for rapid fire, arch militants. Okay, run and gun, heroic sacrifice. Good. Is his talents all into overpowered, bolter proficiency, and heavy weapon proficiency? Okay. And we have some augmentations with an bionic arm for extra strength, in an adaptive hemofilter. The user gains 3 stack of firm sanctum. Adaptive hemofilter galvanization. The user inflicts levels of bleeding, and burning to the area of effect. And 0 is what? Uses level of bleeding. Okay, so I transfer my bleeding or the burn on the others. Wow, that's what. Since the excavation began, workers have made great progress into the ruins. Oh, oh! Hello? That was such a cool sound effect. Exactly, he's the Argento replacement. Flayed ones. Oh my god, they're strong. Ancient flayed ones. What did the obelisks do? Inactive obelisk. Until activated, this obelisk suffers minus 50% less damage from all sources. Kind of moved. Okay. Until activated. So I can focus on the others first. Okay, we have the Chronomancer, who's going to do first something. 3 turns. What is in 3 turns happening? If a creature is not affected by the temporal anchor, have effect moves to a cell adjacent to the Chronomancer, will be sent back where it started its turn. Oh, okay. So melee attacks are kind of hard to do so. Time moves strangely in the Chronomancer's presence. Each time an extra turn is granted, it's timed to last only 30 seconds. Okay. Interesting. Ufuk, welcome in. Ufuk asks, which class do you think is more buffed by augments, operatives or blade dancers? From the augments I've seen personally right now, blade dancers. Because you have early on a hook where you can pull people in, and if you are dual wielding, you give him pam 2 hits with that. Then you have augments that if you are bleeding, and we know that the Blade Dancer has some surf mutilated abilities as well. If you're bleeding, you can shoot out with your augments in a cone all the bleed debuffs onto them and other crazy stuff. So I think Blade Dancer so far feels the strongest. I've not seen too many augments to tell you everything about it. But we're gonna load in to one of the save files where I think I have access to all augments in the game, and I'm gonna have a look at it towards the end of this video. I hope I could answer your questions, Ufuk. And, thanks a lot for tuning in. And Spike, how you doing? Welcome in. Corm! So few people still know that name. So Ignatius, Ulfar get over there. You gonna get over here. Avalot get up there. Argenta middle to go full Daka. Okay, start a battle. Rapid reloads. So probably gonna need some sort of front line. Let's make it here. The rear line. Oh, I can rotate it now. Oh, that's great. Could be here. Backline, don't care. Kill zone should be definitely there. Then to the Machine Spirit Commune. And then I can still shoot. I'm gonna focus on this flayed one. He's doing Chrono Punishment. This creature suffers 100% more damage from all sources. Okay. Well then. Fire in the hole. Mind scrabbling grenades. Why did my shot just bounce off? Or did the obelisk do something with it? Pascal. Augmentation. Macandrite stuff. Against the Machine Spirit Banishment ability. Machine Spirit. Augments replace over penetration with ricochet. Oh, there we go. That's why. We got ricochet shots. When activated, weapons attack with open penetrations that have the same chance to ricochet. Huh. Dude, how's the game? The game is one of the best CRPGs adventures that you can have in a sci-fi setting, and is one of the best Warhammer games out there, period. Dark Heresy might overstep Rogue Trader when it's fully out, but this is just pure mind-blowing. So let's make a blitz stratagem on this tool over there, so people can go in there. And then Machine Spirit Banishment. Let's hit it on the ancient one. Good. Activates the obelisks. Did he activate only those or all of them? He activated all of the obelisks. Okay, now it's time to hit them. Now it's time to hit them. He has the force pull. Wait, the force pull is only just these few times? Nah. I can pull an ally. So brace yourself. I'm gonna endure. You're gonna be my sworn enemy, little obelisk. And I'm gonna do an reckless strike. Oh, it doesn't have a two-hander? Okay, never mind. And hit you. What has happened to you? Prone. Okay, so the obelisk seems to be exploding. When destroyed this obelisk, this direct damage to all Necrons equal to 5% of their maximum wounds. Okay, so shooting the obelisk is definitely our go-to tactic here. I want... Let's go with some litany powers. Multi-Melta skill. Interesting. Argenta skilled on multi-Meltas. That is intriguing. If I go over here and then shoot, it's still the same. Okay. Okay. The next ranged area attack made the soldier deal even more damage. Good. Let us go for an wildfire. We have an extra ability. This time I just shoot with the normal melta.
I'm enraged!
Killing off that obelisk. And then I'm gonna do a run and gun. Over here. And take another shot. Let that obelisk over there. 32.
Doubt
We're
is for the
reloading.
weak.
Beautiful. Ulfar, Greymane. Go for the throats. Nice. You have what? And Astartes Bolter. Let's go Fire Mastery. Then Soldier's next range burst will have its burst fire doubled.
Not undo me.
Okay, he's angry that we're doing something with the obelisks. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Wait, did that cut off my... No. Okay, never mind. This is our kick. Oh, and then I can do... Quite a nasty shot down there.
So
91 damage. Controlled fire. That's pretty solid. Plasma shot. We missed. Shame. Shame. So, Eogon. You have 50 tactical advantage already. Jesus, Meebus. Wait. The Master Tactician powers their next attack to deal 4% additional damage for every stack of tactical advantage. There we go. Press the advantage. That's what we're gonna do first. Then we're gonna give Pascal some boosts and some powers. Oh wow, I'm timed for 30 seconds. That is so funny. Shoot up there on the obelisk. It's funny that we have an actual timer going down on it. Good. The lance shot has been moved out. The offense increase in allies resolved by 5 until the end of combat. And then I'm gonna do a shot down here as well. Boom, and finest hour, give Pascal an extra turn.
This is an incontrovertible fact.
Going to the shot.
Successfully terminated.
Dealt with them. We are going to take another shot down there.
Not undo me.
Ah, Pascal! And his ricochet ability. Are you kidding me?
Desire
He's angry. He is angry. Oh, he's calling even more. I'm curious if that will bug now because they're standing in the same position. What? That is triggered into my movement. That is bull crap. Defense divine work.
Machine spirits approve.
There we go. Let's give all the power to him. So it is us now. Ancient flailed one. I'm gonna move over here to the ancient flailed one. I go with steady superiority. I'm gonna go for rapid fire. Exactly. And now we're gonna full on Daka. It was like 700 HP or something. Just gone. Just gone. Is this one? Is this one?
Let's see.
Go full on. Nice. He will die and burn, most likely. Let's charge forward. That one missed. There we go. Okay. That was that.
I won't sully myself with
Let's
that.
move all the way over here. Ancient flailed ones. Oh, let's move down here. Do I shoot? Can I hit you? Let's deal with those two down there. I'm gonna do rapid fire.
The wrath of madness.
I'm gonna do wildfire. Okay. Next one. Look at that, the flailed ones are attacking each other. Ooh. Reaper, how you doing? Any interesting battles in the DLC so far? Yes, lots of them. We had a massive, massive fight with a great creature. Now we're fighting some flailed ones.
Not yet. Not yet.
Ow! Oh, I forgot to give myself utility items. Is what it is. Good. Very good. So we need to move the front line further.
Running binary override.
Blitz thingy. Moving up there. Now we're gonna take a shot at you. Good. Then I'm gonna stand here with the perfect shots. Put some points onto you. Put the machine spirit onto this flailed one. There we go.
Insignificant shift.
Temporal Virulence. What is that doing? This creature is damage and critical hit chance is increased by 15 per stack. Okay, wow. That's crazy. All of the lore behind the Flayed Ones, a troop of reanimated Flayed Ones, discovered a Chaos Knight and decided to start following it. That's wild. That's wild. White Shirt, welcome in. Lovely to have you. You here for the Twitch drops? Thanks. Hey, I appreciate it. You popping in. Means the world to me and helps out the channel a lot so that get spotted and find new fans of the universe of Warhammer 40k, RPGs in general. We're going to have Dawn of War 3 here because it's finally in production, coming out in September. We're going to have Total War Warhammer 40k on this channel. We're playing right now Gothic, the original, leading into Gothic, the remaster, and then maybe Gothic 2 and Gothic 3 as well. And yeah, if you are liking these approaches and the vibe overall, follow the channel. Be part of the journey. Because if we are journeying together, this whole experience will be a lot cooler. So, Abelods. Move up there.
Indeed.
Start strike this fella. Then stratagem into
At
here.
your beck and call.
Then let's go for sword enemy. I'm gonna do
Victory
reckless
is
strike. Hit him as hard as possible.
Grey hair, sure hand.
Look at all these parries that happened. It's fantastic. We could do a stalwart defense. But we're gonna make a wall of rock reeds and give temporary boost to my companions. Endurance. And we're good. So our Genta. Let's move up here. So burst attacks. This is not a burst attack. This is an area attack. Area attack, that's the one. Concentrated fire. And confident approach.
As the
One fire. Warm-up shot. Is this perverted? Good. Ulfar. Let's move over here, Ulfar. Let's go for a burst shot. Rapid fire.
Reaches for me.
Is that so, Chronomancer? Your obelisks are gone. You are a goner. Mister. Charge. Over his back here. Little bastards. Only can do that 2 more times. Well, let's head over here. Let's forensic galvanic field to an ally with 9 cells. That ally is immune to against attacks. Sometimes will always ricochet to random enemies. So we want to get electrifying strikes, charge distribution. So our shots are doing more Daka. So then we have the lance. That hits him a little bit. Illustrated attack. Yeah, no can do. Not close enough, all of the friends. But we can boost Ignatius over here. And give him an extra turn. There we go. With that, we're gonna dash downwards so we don't hit anybody. Perfect. And we're gonna do a rapid fire. Top mood. Boom!
The stars are my canvas, and anarchy is my brush.
That's fantastic. Did you respec your party after the patch or didn't find the need to do so? So there is the augmentation that has been added, right? There's some alterations to Pascal and some alterations to the Trader Astartes that you can get if you are a heretic. Necessarily it is not, because at some point you are getting anyways a god tier character in this game. And there's not really the necessity to min-max there unless you can only be healed on a void chip. Not even the advanced thing. Not even the advanced thing, okay. Unless you are playing on the highest difficulty, then of course that is a different spiel. Where's my weapon gone? Did my heavy bolter drop? Is my ribcage? Oh, because my strength is lowered from the ribcage broke. Oh, that's nasty. So I'm stuck to my bolter. I'm stuck to my bolter now. I can't carry my heavy one anymore. Is there a healing item that can fix me? I don't think there is a healing kit that removes one trauma. That could be a potential. Yeah. There we go. There we go. And that means I can grab me heavy Daka thing again. Heretical Fora. That is if I find it. Oh, it's just so many items. We sorted it by type, right? So the heavy one, oh, there it is. Heavy bolter. Hold on, Daka. Wow. Welcome in. Lovely to have you. So yeah, to your question, I did not need to respec the characters. Plus the save files that I'm using right now are given to me from Alcat, so we can jump straight up into the DLC content. But I'm tempted, if you guys are down for it, to do a heretical run on this channel. It's up to you. If you guys want to watch a both playthrough of this game, me voice acting everything. So exemplar. What do I want? Okay, we get only exemplar points here. All damage dealt by the character is increased by 3% until the end of combat for every new enemy damaged by this combat. I mean, we're spread shooting anyway, so that could be a nice one. The character's critical hit chance, but the critical damage are increased by 5% of their dodge. Don't think I have a lot of dodge potential. We do have 86. If the character's dodge reduction is higher than the enemy's dodge reduction, the damage against the enemy is increased by 1% for every 5% difference. Whenever the character kills the first enemy in a round, that character immediately makes an additional attack against the closest enemy. Death dealer. Yes. Anytime the woodborne character scores a critical hit, there's a 10% chance to double the damage. I'm taking that. So, Ulfar. I like the Death Dealer attack, but they're going for another one. Brutal Hunter. Death roll characters gain critical hit chance against the targets with bleeding effect on them. Whenever they're Arch Militant, adaptability, gaining a stack of versatility increases critical hit chance by 5 until the end of turn. Every round, the first single target ability used grants an action point to that ally. As long as the Archmilitant has killed at least one enemy with a melee attack this round, the Archmilitant gains dodge. Archmilitant can use two-handed ranged weapons within melee range. Archmilitant attacks target doesn't have armor reduced by an effect applied. When the Archmilitant attack targets heavy gunner. When the Archmilitant attacks targets that have their dodge reduced by an effect applied by the Archmilitant allies, these do dead and dead. Any Archmilitant area attacks, both melee and ranged, reduces the deflection of all enemies hit by -2 until the end of combat. Also not bad. Discipline, because we're going to grant him a lot of extra turns, and he's getting stacks of versatility. We'll like that. This is Pascal. Whenever the character scores critical hits, they have a chance to increase their critical hit damage bonus by half. Vital points. Me likes. Medicame again shrines. I like to be able to heal my people. At 300 hours, when do we finally trade rogues? Somebody show Narias the door. Tough as steel. Make it tough as steel. I see myself out. Better so. All allies excluding Xenos gain bonus points. There we go. We want the... Is it the Destroyer? No. Death Dealer. Yes. Death Dealer, when you kill somebody, shoots on another target. We're gonna go for Stronger Together as well. To boost the allies. The characters gain plus 15 willpower as long as they have no ranged weapons equipped. Excuse me. Attention. Enemies hit by you can suffer more shock damage. There we go. Hestia, welcome in. Been a while. How you doing? Look at all this viscera around here. The strange medley bone skin and wet flesh clearly carries some pseudo-religious significance. It seems that the shrine once has been destroyed but is now rebuilt. All claw marks are visible in the hard stone, yet the depth and the sharpness are unknown. Necron Tech Hotshot Lasgun. Yeah, Lasgun Soldier is definitely very powerful if you go into that direction. But the real question, how perfect do I have to skill my party the right way? You don't have to. Adios. If you play a normal difficulty, even on daring, you can go for flavor abilities in terms of like whatever you like, however you see your character do X, Y, Z.
I am the rogue thread.
The obelisks were erected with late original structure. What is written on them? Panegyric? We do not know. The min-maxing starts on daring and above in terms of the abilities. Somebody's in that flower thing in there. The roots have broken through the walls, are tightly entwined around the desiccated corpse. You can make out the mummy is wearing rusted armor bearing the Von Valence's emblem. Yet more evidence of Siberian's expedition, your lordship. Another loyal servant of the dynasty who gave his life for the Lord Captain. Let's try to reach the augments. Despite your best efforts, you fail, and the spikes hit me. Registering an augmatic unknown construction, probably handmade. Broken bionic arm. Crap. And I have injured myself. What do you say? This effect will be removed at the end of combat. If gained outside of combat, visit the void ship to remove.
I have a different perspective.
And what if I put the trauma in here? Skin patch didn't work. Normal heal. Also didn't work. Fuck. Okay, so I have it until the end of one combat scenario. Medkit, medkit, medkit. Large medkit. Two large medkits. Oh, you can't have anything. Interesting. Good. Esther says, I'm enjoying your summer holidays. That's fantastic. Hope to see you in our Discord, Esther. Yeah, the game is made in a sense that you can go with flavor stuff, Nadias. It is up to you what they should be good at and what not. You will have, of course, an easier time if you focus your abilities around a certain weapon type, for example. So if you go for bolt guns, and you know bolt guns do burst attacks, then maybe pick abilities that influence your burst fire, and not attacks that change and boost your melee, for example. But as I said, you can definitely play through a normal easily with just picking whatever you feel like picking and don't have to make a full doctor work out of it, so to say. Against all odds, the old data slate activates in your hands. It displays only a sequence text entries, repeats over and over again. Mark this. The Omni Messiah's sacred color is green. Green indicates the motive force is sufficient. Not blue, not red, not ever black. Only green reveals the truth. The machine god punishes me for my lack of diligence. What am I missing? The second button always provides 1 charge for 1 level. The third gives 2 charges, but only the second and third vid screens. The first, I've only grasped that it grants a different charge to each screen. The first receives 3, but what does the others? I must test. Omni Messiah, all-comprehensive and all-knowing, revealed thy wisdom on the weaving calculable probabilities. Grant me clarity of thought and freedom. Memory's model is damaged. I must decipher it. It will make records so not forgot. Mark this. The Omni Messiah's sacred color is green. Green indicates. Okay, turn on. Oh shit. Okay, I thought I'm gonna blow this up.
What lies beyond?
That is a good question, Ignatius. What lies beyond? This turns on these 2 monitors. Okay. Huh. Is there a pattern that you understand and I don't? Barely tactical. Hello there. Holy crap, how you doing? It's been a hot minute. This opens these 2. This one opens these 2. And turns these. And turns these. This one. Right, middle, left, left. Oh! Right, middle, left, left. That was it. That was the code. Right, middle, left, left. Give me goods. What are we getting here? Reinforced flag armor. The character wearing the armor will dodge 60% average enemy attacks in this chapter. Okay. It's kind of like the same, only that this one has an armor deflection. The other one has plus 10 armor against Xenos. But we got an Ogrin grip. Mark Arch Militant arm. The user can equip 2-handed melee weapons in this hand. What? So with this augmentation, you're telling me that my Kibella Blade Dancer can wield 2-handers in one hand? I mean, Blade Dancer was already very broken. Not broken, but very overpowered, but... This is what? At least you're getting this quite late at the game, but... Excuse me? Who's that? tech priest's twisted, tarnished remains with splayed mechadrives make you think of a squashed metal spider. Billy, I'm fantastic. I'm happy to be back on Twitch, and a lot of this have happened, and hopefully to catch up with you. Definitely make sure to comment on Discord, Billy. Examine the remains. A powerful shot pulverized the head into a tangle of metal and cables. Your eyes linger on the sprawling metal tentacles. Search the remains. You move the heavy frame aside, rummaging through the tangled wires. As you brush through decayed scraps, a cloth of body, they reveal a rusted memory module. Connect your data slate to the memory module. Obtain a series of dry clicks. The machine spirit awakens. Obtain access to the logs. Years of hibernation. Holy crap, scared the living crap out of me. Thank you kindly for the Prime sub. Years of hibernation have taken their toll on the machine spirit. In a flood of arrows, turn the screen red. The long list of journal entries left by the owner is all but completely corrupted. With luck, you might piece together useful information from the surviving fragments. Search through it. The memory module belonged to Magos Exalt 117, the engine seer of the Von Valence's flagship. Search information on Suberin's actions on the temple. Only the Messiah wisdom enables one of to find the true path, but what is one to do if the calculation of the path's vector proves incorrect because of the unaccounted for variables? One such variable is Suberin's fixation on the mysteries of the Xenos. His drive to pass through the sealed temple door is driving the expedition off the path I calculated. Fair enough. For hours upon hours, I prayed to the Omni-Messiah while devising patterns of Xenos glyphs on my mental map until finally my processing nodes experienced an epiphany, although the Xenos language is untranslatable, and comparative analysis of the glyphs provided me with a coordinated system. The Baron tried each of them in turn, and one opened the desired door. Read the last entry. The effort to recover Suberian has been postponed several times now. An unpleasant hypothesis has formed at the intersection of my mental path. Not all expedition members desired his return. If events continue along the presence vector, I must go and retrieve him myself. Also, his people have abandoned him. You missed what I said? Join our Discord, my friends, and stay in touch. Open door. An enormous gate, clearly wrought with inhuman hands, the door are emblazoned with multitude of shimmering sigils. After a few seconds, you became aware of an interesting detail. The gate appears utterly untouched by time, unlike the ruins around it. The sacred embedded Ospaxes are registering blasphemous irregularity and confounded by the inability to satisfy the quest for knowledge imperative. No need to hesitate on the threshold where the battle with the enemies of humanity awaits us. Let me enter first. Wherever these gates may lead, I will not stray from the path he has blessed. Enter the gates. Let's get in there. Thank you, Karen, for the follow as well. Over on the Twitcheroo. Well, the door has opened. Oh! We're reaching the Museion! I'm excited. I'm excited. Let's meet the great kleptomaniac of the Necrons. Oh. Is that just a hologram? Is that a rider of Krieg? Is that an Astartes? Oh my god, there's so much stuff here. Goods. Welcome in, barely. What is that? Manipulus, Systematic Insertion. For each stack of Firm Sanctum, the energy and shock damage dealt by Eogon is increased by an amount equal to increased shock damage he suffers from this effect after applying all modifiers. Whenever Eogon deals shock or energy damage, he also deals 20 shock damage with 50 armor penetration to all creatures within a 2-cell radius around him. Excuse me, what is this? Oh, hello there. The monster of Confuli stomps and spot works of jaw. What are these called? I'm gonna fight them in Dark Heresy. Doesn't have some crazy stuff locked away? Yes.
My nerves are frayed.
The fluid occurs of the Xenos creation are unlikely any piece of machinery you've ever seen. Some Eldar tech over here. What the f... Even a dreadnought? Green light is reflecting off lenses of an unnovice Adeptus Astartes war machine. There's even caught up a dreadnought up here. Oh, look at that throne. Zorael. The Blood Angel? Space Marine Blood Angel chapter symbol. Yeah. It is the black tier with the wings. Exactly. Zorael Blood Angels. In Warhammer 40k lore, Zorael is a renowned name within the Blood Angels chapters, referring to a legendary Furioso Dreadnought or a heroic Sangari Guard. Most notably, Ancient Zorael is celebrated as one of the oldest and most devastating dreadnoughts to serve the chapter. Because the name Zorael has appeared across different eras of the Warhammer lore. So there is the Furioso Dreadnought and also the Sanguinary Guard, a member of the elite Blood Angels Legion Singularity Guards. Or it could be Abel Zorael, the captain of the 4th Company. That's what. Wait, it's a clone of Fulgrim? What? Ooh, look at that. The enemies to humanity are frozen like in Mortal Kombat. Some sort of Chaos Marine fighting against an Drukhari. How do you call these gestures, characters? I have no clue what you are. Like a croc of some sorts. There's the Creek guy. What the frick are you? It's like the plant that we found outside. Okay, let's talk to Zorael. A powerful figure in dark armor lies sprawling on the platform under the lights of emitters from the unknown Xenodive. It is undoubtedly one of the Astartes, and he's still alive. Strange shackles meet the light restraint on his arms and legs. Orpho stands behind you, sniffing and inhaling noisily. He tends like a predator sensing the blood of another living creature. Oxvater, look at this. The one captured and chained in Aran smells like one of my brothers. If he was taken alive, he must be weak. I can hear your heartbeat. You're not a Xenos illusion. Help me, human. Low Imperium test failed. No! With a 71% chance. Who are you? Captain Zorael of the Death Watch. Oh yeah, they said Death Watch. Death Watch, is that a chapter of some kind? Destroyer of Xenos, we rarely make contact with humans, and there are many reasons for that. For now, that is all you need to know, human. Are you wounded? Not anymore. My inactions was long, and my wounds have healed. I'm ready for battle. How did one Assadis come to be here? While clearing out one of the Xenos-infested planets, our unit was ambushed. Blood of Sanguinius. We fought to the bitter end, but we lost. The Necrons did not finish off the wounded, instead taking them as trophies. Why, I do not know. Yeah, no, Death Watcher are their own chapter where the ones who are chapterless, the lost souls, go in there to fight and hunt Xenos until they die. Harlequin, that's the thing I'm looking for. Thank you, Connie. Agreed, time is short. What does this twisted machine do? This device returns living beings into substance called hard light. Light energy that possesses the properties of material objects. It's a xenomechanical abomination. How do I set you free? There is a control node not far beyond the central platform. Through the Necrons place their victims in shackles and transform them. I can see that orb of the upper left control the supply of energy. Is that what switch on the far right triggers the transformation? And why should I help you? Because my duty is to serve the Imperium while the blood of Sanguinius still courses through my veins. And you will help me to carry it out one way or another. If the plea of an angel of the God Emperor is not enough for you, then hear mine. I beseech you, let us deliver that holy warrior from his abominable machine without delay. Make haste, human. The Primarch's blood in my veins calls out for vengeance.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
We can activate that thing. Click it. Trying to understand the purpose of the buttons. The chain symbols are perversely beautiful, but utterly beyond human comprehension. The technologia of the denizens of this place would baffle even ordained by the servant of the Messiah. Touch the glowing orb in the frame on the left. The glyphs come to life, quickly changing the sequence. A low rumble comes from somewhere in the depths of the machine. Uh-oh. I think I've pressed something bad.
Attesting to the paradoxical fluctuations of the motive force within the machine circuit, this unit is unable to reliably determine if this is a tech heresy or a Category 3 miracle of the Omnissiah. Modification of standard galvanic rituals is required to open the circuit.
It is gratifying to see, esteemed colleague, that the breadth of your thinking is sufficient to understand and appreciate the working principle of this creation. I cannot guess why you decided to demonstrate it only now, but I am extremely satisfied to see the developing changes in your approach.
Okay, I did something to it. Okay. I hacked some more stuff.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Okay, I did a few things. Did that free him? Oh, there we go. I thank you, human. Your aid was timely. He removes an unusable looking blade with a softly glowing edge from the belt. You helped me and thus proved your loyalty. This sword belonged to one of my brothers who fell in battle. It must be returned to the Death Watch. Now this duty is yours, for I have little hope of leaving this place. Wait, we're visiting the Death Watch? Xenophase sword. That is a start is required. This weapon grants its wielder phasing strike. Were this not a gift from hands of an honorable warrior, I would think this another Xenos made fake. He bares his teeth in disapproval, and as he examines the weapon's glowing edge. There is no surety it's steel forged from Xenos cunning at father. Imagine turning up at the Death Watch of a Xenos companion, that would be funny. Now that you have been released, will you answer my question? Come with me, and we will find one who captured you and your brothers and bring them into justice. There are days when the desires of my heart align with the demands of your duty. This is not one of them, yet my brothers shall be avenged by your hand. Now that you're all free, will you answer me some questions? Ask, human. Tell me about the Death Watch. The Death Watch is a chapter dedicated to extermination of Xenos. This is all I can tell you. If a loyal warrior of the Blood Angels were to speak lightly to the mysteries entrusted to him, that would be the moment to worry. I honor your silence. May the God Emperor strengthen us. What does the symbol on your pauldron signify? The ancient tradition, the finest Xenos Slayer from all existing Astartes chapters are gathered into the ranks of the Death Watch. And it is a great honor to serve in it. I originally belonged to the Blood Angels chapter, and after many battles I was nominated to join the Death Watch. Truly said. On Fenris, the ones sent to the Death Watch are those who have fought thousands of battles and returned victorious. Few can boast of such feat. Have you seen the Chief Xenos? What can you tell me about him? I have. He was the one who ordered our capture. The Necrons obey him without a question. He leans on his staff to walk. He behaves far more intelligent than other Xenos. He is talkative and conceited. None of this typical Necrons, which is why I see him as a friend of the highest order. What do you intend to do now? My intentions follow the dogmas of my order, and the dogmas of my order forbid me from divulging my plans to outsiders unless doing so would serve the cause. Well, excuse me then. No more questions. I must be on my way. Do you have no how one can leave this hall? These platforms transport objects to the upper galleries. You may reach them by ascending one of these. Go forth and do battle with valor, human. These here? To the exhibits. Okay.
They will see. Oh, yes, indeed. They all will see.
Jesus. Okay, let's go with the Rider of Krieg to the exhibits. So far, I'm very, very happy with the additional content that has been added with the DLC. Museion. Very eager to find out more. Oh! Oh, that's just a Chronomancer, or is that the Lord himself? Hello, sir. Okay, nothing special. Ooh. Trazin. There we go. Hello there. What a badass aunt's direction on him. A young and primitive civilization diligently exploring the regions of the vast past several centuries. Rarely do they achieve anything of substance, and yet even such unremarkable creatures can at times leave a mark on history. Oh, Xena's wretch. Ella turns bright red at Trazen's words. Examine the embellished caskets. Who led humanity's campaign in the region this race calls the Calixis sector? These remains of Drusus, unlike those held by others of his kind, are genuine. Had they been in humanity's possession, they would have been lost after a few millennia. Wait, the remains of Drusus are in there? Oh, look at the war machine. Oh, Sisters of Battle. Curious at this specimen was deemed precious enough to be encased in such a construct. Sister Massima, a devout warrior who served as the militant arm of the Adeptus Ministorum, as she was called, was completing some march of penance in the region, which ended with her entering my collection. We should have found a way to free this noble sister, but all these years in unholy activity may have riddled her soul and body with corruption. What? A Reichland Raider, how you doing? Welcome in. Oh, this is so cool. I'm so happy. I'm so happy with the DLC so far. Ladies and gents, we're going to continue with a second VOD, finishing up and wrapping up the DLC material. Let me know if you watch this later on as a VOD, if we should do a full Heretic playthrough, starting from the beginning, because we did already a Dogmatic run with an Arbites character. We did the first Dogmatic run with the first when the game launched with a Commissar, and we've not done an Heretical run. That is up to you. If you guys would want something like that, let me know, please. Other than that, we have right now the Gothic original Let's Play running that we started. After that, we're gonna follow up into the Gothic remake. Dawn of War 3, aka 4, will be on the channel, as well as Total War Warhammer 40k and a lot of more Total War content, Warhammer contents that will be seen here. I might even dive back into the older Warhammer games and give them a Let's Play series. But yeah, if you enjoy the vibe, this kind of like sit-down coziness that we're having here with me voice acting over stuff and whatnot, follow the channel, be part of the journey. We did already some lore videos for Warhammer 40k Dark Heresy. I'll encourage you to jump in our Discord, be part of the fam, and also to subscribe over to the YouTube channel, Just Norris and Just Norris Uncut, where you see high-edited videos with 100% reviews of games or lore videos or let's plays, whatever you feel fancy. And yeah, thanks a lot.